And we're live! Welcome Team Mango! How's everybody doing this evening? Don't take any notice of the glasses. I do this. Hello Mira, hello Annie. Hello Susie. Hello Ridiculous. How are we all doing this evening? Damn, 7 people already. Dude. Gonna be lurking, pal. Behagious, appreciated, man. Thank you. Take it easy. Take that mango love. Oh my god, Cosmic Lacuna's here as well. So why don't you just shout instead of fake shout? Because there's people in the room next door. What do you want from me? Come on. I'm not a total animal. Totally ridiculous. We made it to affiliate. And you weren't here for the 24-hour live stream. I mean, where were you, man? We missed you. Invite them over, bring the hype. No. Just no. With masks? No, I mean, we're in the same house. I mean, come on. I'm not that way inclined. Guys, how are we all doing? Are we ready to have a really, really boring lesson today? God. Out of all of the streamers, right, which we've got in Team Mango, this is definitely the chilled out one. The way we listen to some music, we paint some shit, for some reason. No scantily clad ladies today, unfortunately, but, yeah. Yay! That's right. See, Cosmic Lacuna, she knows how it's done. I love learning. Learning isn't boring unless it's a lecture. Well, I mean, I'm wearing sunglasses indoors, so, you know. I guess this isn't boring. Yes, anyway guys, thank you so much for helping me reach affiliate. You guys are ridiculously amazing. I love you all. Art fam, Art Hub people, please welcome Team Mango to the stream. Team Mango, please go lightly today. We just, you know, we're chill. We're chill on Thursdays and Mondays. We call it paint and chill for a reason. Affiliate hype. I'm wearing a hat indoors. Hype. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. You do you. Ridiculous, you do you. It's in the name. I mean, you are totally ridiculous after all. We got you, bud. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Yes, just in the meantime, I was speaking to Susie before the beginning of the stream on Discord, and she was asking about commissions. So I'm just gonna quickly, if you don't mind, run her through that, and then we will get on with the painting. So give me 1 second. There we go. Cool. So Susie, obviously you've been on my my profile, alright? So I use a system called Ko-fi, okay, which is sort of like a donation site, a bit like Patreon, alright, and usually I do commissions via that, alright, but it basically, like, in terms of commissions, I've got 3 different styles, okay, so I've got just a plain sketch, if, for example, people wanted to trace over it and learn how to, you know, do, like, line work and stuff over it, just for practice. It's a really cheap option. I've obviously got stuff like this, which I can do for a slightly more expensive price, which is sort of like the cartoon style. So that's about, I don't know, 25 quid, something like that. Just because it takes longer, but it's slightly more, you know, intricate than just a sketch. So that's that. And then the last commission I had was this one here. And the gamers in the chat will probably recognize this. This is Fran from Final Fantasy XII, I believe, which I did for Chansey, who's in the Discord. Yeah, so normally I'd pay about... Normally you'd pay about 35 for that, plus an extra for backgrounds and stuff. Fran, yeah, that's sick, FF12. Exactly. So yeah, I did that especially for her. Okay, so when I do that, I reserve the right to, like, post it on my Instagram, but I always make sure that it's got like the commission logo on it, so that people can't necessarily like steal a high definition version of it. But yeah, so that's slightly more expensive, and obviously you can see vaguely in the background there, it's got like a rendered background and all this sort of stuff. So on average, these pieces will take me up to and around 20 hours of work. Okay, so obviously that's why they're that much more expensive. So yeah, that's that. And just today, I've also, if I actually head over to my Ko-fi, hopefully this will work. Give me 1 second. Of course, now it doesn't want to work. It's not been a good day for technology, if I'm being honest. Let's get this up. I've also just quickly opened up for stuff like emotes and whatever. That will do. Let's do that one. Yeah, so I've just opened up for emotes. So this is my Ko-fi page. This is where some of my lovely friends previously used to tip me and stuff like that for little tutorials and stuff that I'd done. So if you click on the commissions bit here, I've got this all set up. So for Twitch emotes and graphics, I just ask often if people want them, for example, like little emoticon kind of things. Just donate £2 per thing that you want, or let's say little bits and pieces for stream overlays, because they don't take me more than half an hour normally, so that's all good. I was looking at the Witcher piece for my PC setup photo frame. Nice. Okay, so is that like landscape, portrait? What's going with that? I love it. Hey, dude's got to make money somehow. Yeah, but no, again, like I said, love you guys in Team Mango. I'm happy to help you guys set up, and you know, if it benefits me as well as you, you know, I'm more than happy to give you guys a hand. But like I said, bills need to be paid, all that kind of jazz, so you know. Hey Artfish, how you doing? Done, it's dinner time for me. I'll have to be back later. You said hi and you just left. Nice, good job. We'll see you in a bit. Not sure photo frame can be either. Okay, so I mean, in terms of yes, it's hi bye. I mean, yeah, in terms of photo frames and stuff like that, if you're able to send me the specification of the frame, of course I can do a photo, well, sort of like I can create a canvas to fit it, so that's not too much of an issue. The only thing is, because it's a commission, I would send you the digital copy, and then the onus is on you to actually, you know, print it. Okay, so I wouldn't send you out the print itself. You would get the file, and you would be able to, you know, purchase the print yourself. Okay, and the reason behind that is it just stops me from reselling the print, in essence. You will get paid, just need more work for you first. That's why I'm here, man. That's why I'm here. But as much as that, I'm not just here for that. So again, for you guys who are newer to this whole sort of this stream, I do a lot of tutorials. I run my Discord, which is now up to about, I think we're nearly at 75 people in there. And every week we do like a set challenge for all of the artists who are in there. If you're not an artist, you're more than welcome in there as well. You can sign up as an admirer, okay, and you can just basically get involved with the fan chats, or, you know, compliment people's artwork, that kind of stuff, so that's all good. But yeah, we do kind of like little classes every week. So this week, as a lesson, we are concentrating on values, and I'll go over what that means in a bit. So yeah, if that all makes sense, or if anybody has any questions, I think we're all good. But if you actually type in now, this is something that I stole from Dingishfish, by the way. If you type into the chat !! commissions, it will actually pop up with my Ko-fi page and all that sort of stuff. So we good to go. But yeah, I'll make a little box down the bottom with all the list of the different stuff you can type in later. Yeah, let's have a little quick peep who's in the chat lurking. I know Mira's here. Annie's here. Behasius is lurking. Lacuna's here. And Ridiculous. That's cool. I was expecting a few more, but that's not an issue. For some reason, it's just like always, like with the lessons, people slowly drop off and come back every now and again. I think it's with double S, dude. Let me try. No, doesn't want to do it. What's going on there? God damn it. I told you I'm having technical problems today. It was working earlier. Jeez. Jeez. Oh well, I'll have to get that fixed up for next time. Not an issue. Might just require a sign in and sign out, but yeah, we'll get that fixed. Applehead's in the chat. The first ad I'm seeing on your stream. Congrats, Ollie. Uh-oh, you made it with Streamlabs on Cloudbot? Yeah, I did. It's alright, like I said, it's been working all day. It worked on the test stream, which I did earlier. I did some tests before you guys came in, and it was working fine, so I'm not quite sure why it stopped working now. But, like I said, it's been one of those days. Yes, Apple, welcome. Welcome to the group. I say welcome to the group, you're always in the group. Guys, go and check out Apple's stream. She's shy, and it's quite funny. But yeah, I'm just going to switch over to just chatting just for a second whilst we fix this. Let's get this up again. Not Cloudbot, it was Chatbot. Dingus. Okie dokie. So, guys from the Discord, you know what this is. Alright, so this is our first outside background study. Okay, so for the guys who are new, the reason why we're doing this is, and the reason we're doing it in black and white, there is actually a coloured one as well, which we might do in a later study. But the reason why we're doing this in black and white is so that we can study values and how they work within kind of like a painting and how they affect the image itself. Need to make Streamlabs a mod, I think. Huh, weird. Like I said, this morning it was working totally fine, so I'll look into it later. It's not an issue. Not an issue at all. But yeah, so this is our reference for today. So this is what I'm going to be painting in black and white. Have you done any Twitch emotes? We got some done. They're all ready to be uploaded, but because I only became affiliate right before the stream, like literally, I got the email about half an hour before the stream, so that's why I've been having all the technical difficulties. Because, you know, Streamlabs was like, oh no, you need to sign in, sign out again, sign in again, sign out again. It was an absolute palaver, so some of this stuff needs fixing up, so I kind of didn't have time to go through it all properly before we came on stream, which is probably why stuff like the chatbot isn't working. But yeah, me and the guys in the Discord have done some emotes. I'm sure there'll be like a mango in there at some point. But actually Apple's who's in the chat, she's done one, which is absolutely insane. I'm just going to see if I can get it up somewhere. There better be. There will be, man. There will be. Don't panic. It's all good. It's all good. Oh my god, he's king of the room. There he is. All the mangoes. All the mangoes. Yeah. Yeah, boy. But yes, so Art Gang, tell me, Does anybody in here not know what values are? Dingus, thank you for subscribing. You're the first ever subscriber. You've joined the dark side. You know, flipping Maul's there, doing what he does. Welcome. Welcome, my friend. It's always super appreciated. And you're a top man. I'll be making you lots more Knuckles memes. I got you, Team Mango. Yeah, it's all good. Thank you, buddy. Thank you very much. Yeah, art people, tell me. Is there anybody that doesn't know sort of like what values are and why we use them? Come on, chat. Wakey, wakey. You're normally more lively than this. Oh, Mango. See, this is what I said, right? We're trying to have a serious lesson here, and it's turned into flipping mangoes already. And there's only one of you here. I can't sub until the 5th. I'll give a ghost sub for now. Susie, don't worry about it. It's the first day. There's no rush. We're all good. Thank you for the offer, though. It's really lovely. I remember values. Neat. Okay, cool. So, in essence, guys, what a value is, it's a spectrum of light to dark. So, from white all the way down through the greys to black. Okay? And what a value in essence does, if you need to make sure that the values contrast well enough so that, let's say, the shape and the movement within a piece actually... Oh? Dingus, thank you for gifting a sub to Susie. You're absolutely amazing, bro. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. It's light and dark. Exactly, Annie. It's like the dark side, right? It's like the Force. Light and dark. Oh. Dingus fish. Heart-shaped hand. That's me now till next week. You're cool, dude. Don't worry. Yeah, so Annie's right. It's light and dark. So it's the way that, let's say, light bounces off objects in order to give that definition of form. Steam, go away. I don't know why you're here. So, for example, like you see, the bits that stand out in the picture are these extreme sort of light bits here. Okay, so that way that the light is sort of shining down from here, rebounding off the rocks. Okay, those values stand out, and the lighter you go, the more stuff stands out, and that's how you kind of create the form. So very similar to what I've been doing in the last few streams, which a lot of you guys weren't in, is especially in terms of digital art, hashtag #JudgeAlert for the guys that know that. You want to kind of build up shape and form by starting with your darks first and almost, you know, sculpting the background. Thank you, totally ridiculous. You're too kind, man. Thank you so much. You missed the 24-hour stream. I can't ever forgive you for that, but thank you for the sub. You're an absolute pro. I'll give you heart-shaped hands as well. There you go. There you go. So, yeah, that's basically it. There are some other bits and pieces of theory, such as, let's say, this reference isn't the greatest in terms of this, because quite often, especially if you have, let's say, distance, let's say, for example, this was on the edge of a cliff, and you were looking out towards the sea, or something like this, or you were looking out over the top of a hill, down a valley, or something like this. Actually, your values would get much sort of lighter, because as your vision sort of in essence, the further away I like these fireworks, so do I, Annie. As things get further away, they actually naturally get lighter in terms of the way that your eyes perceive it, and it's really important to like show that in a painting, purely because of the way that the air muffles what's in front of you. So if you look at, let's say, whatever you're doing now, look at your screen. Like, as you're looking at the screen, whilst you're watching the stream, as you're looking at the screen, you will notice the definition on it much more just naturally through your eyesight. Okay, whereas the stuff behind it is always much more blurred, and by lightening up the background, that gives that kind of effect. So that's in essence what it means. Yeah, that was a really long-winded way of saying that, but you get the idea. But yes, guys, thank you for the fireworks. Our first affiliate stream and 3 subs. Are you crazy? Are you fucking crazy? Cool. And I put this out there every week as well, right? This little program which I use here is really useful for arty people. It's called PureRef, and in essence it allows me to keep the reference photo on screen whilst I'm working. It's like focus with shade. Exactly, that's the point. Exactly. So we are gonna get painting. Is everybody painting is the same as me today? Come on guys, tell me. What are we drawing? Is there some badass in the chat who's painting something different? Doing some other work? If there is, I want to know. Now, let's see. Yay, paint along. I can't believe you guys are actually going to be painting along with me to this one. This is the first time this has happened. Paint the same. Nice one. Nice one. Cool. So, what we're going to do, and this is another neat little trick, right? I'm not sure how many of you do this, but it's always, especially when working with values, it's really important to work on a mid-toned grey background, okay? Because that way the lights really pop and the darks are really dark. Mira says, no, I'm trying to paint the same thing. Oh, so you're painting along with us as well. Nice one. Nice one. Cool. I'm assuming we're all on iPads and stuff. Changes background to grey. Yeah, but again, actually, Cosmic, Lacuna, you've seen throughout the rest of the streams, even when I've been doing, let's say, figures and whatever, I've always started with this colour background, alright? Because what it in essence lets me do is it just lets me build up that form, okay? Some artists will tell you that it's just to take off the glare of the screen, but it's actually a lot deeper than that, so we're all good. Now, just for a second, what I always like to do is take my brush, okay, and again, I like to work in a hard brush for this, so, and I always try to keep it reasonably big and scruffy at this point, because we can always erase as we go along. But I kind of go down towards those dark tones. Do you have any brush recommendations? Tricky for you, because you're using, what's it called? You're using Autodesk, aren't you? Ooh, from memory, I think I use Mark Brunet's brush set, and also I've got some kind of like hair brushes and an airbrush from someone. That's the thing, I kind of need to compile my own brush set at this point and just give it to you people. Podiletaki! Welcome, bro. Who is it? That COVID haircut, bruh. Yeah, Apple, what I'll do is I will try and see. May I ask what you're doing on this? What do you mean by that? So just to begin with, I just like to kind of get out these rough kind of shapes. Hi everyone, also a nice hair, Ollie. Mina's in the chat as well. How's it going? Guys, Podiletaki is a friend of mine from Athens. I say this every time he's in here. And a good pal. Oh, what am I doing this on? Okay, yeah, so I'm doing this on a screen tablet. I can't really show it to you at the minute, but I can definitely send you the link after the end of the stream. Did you enable Bitsere? I love how you always introduce me. That's because you are the one person, right, who comes into these streams that I actually know, like in person. But yes, Nasus, we got to affiliate today, and we enabled bits. Yeah, so cheer away, dude. Cheer away. So yeah, I kind of like just to roughly put in some of these big old shapes. And again, it's kind of important with a background study just to kind of, don't be too precise with it. Just kind of get that feel of where everything is. Again, the beautiful thing with digital is, of course, you can edit it later, so probably that's the wrong thing. But yeah, Susie, I'm using I think it's definitely a Huey on screen tablet. I think it is a GT 220 version 2, if that means anything. So, obviously I've got the pen and I'm just drawing straight on the screen, which is why you're going to see the mouse going absolutely nuts throughout the stream. It took me a while to understand what that question meant, especially with the re at the end. That's fine. Annie and Nasos just speaking Greek in the chat to each other. It'll be fine. Not an issue. But yeah, just kind of get these shapes in. Again, don't feel the need to put in some different layers as well. Go ahead and do it. Yeah. So, just nice and rough. Yasure naso. All the languages are coming out today. All of them. You're going to have English, Greek, Bulgarian, whatever else. Yeah, so guys in the UK, newbies, Team Mango, whatever you want to be called. If you didn't actually realise, I don't live in the UK at the minute, I'm actually living in Greece. So, I'm 2 hours ahead of you all. Which is why I'm speaking gibberish to these other people. But yeah, just going to cheat a bit. Again, I'm not going to be too fussy on these shapes. This is just a rough little outline. All I'd say is try and get those lines at the bottom so that they're not flat. Okay, try and bulk them out a bit just to, again, give that kind of definition. I joined the EU in style. Well, thanks to our idiot country, I'm probably going to be forced back soon, so hold that thought. But yeah, I've been living here since the end of uni. Again, funny story, guys. I used to go to uni with Dingus Fish's girlfriend. It's still girlfriend, right? Pretty sure it's still girlfriend. Let's just go with Mrs. Mrs. works. Oh, fiance now. Congratulations. I did not know that. Good job, Santa. Yeah, just merge whenever you want. And actually, thinking about it, looking at this, it needs to be a wee bit lower. So I'm just going to bring it down a bit. I'm punching. No comment, bro. No comment. Dude, I don't even have a girlfriend. I'm punching above my weight. Come on. But yeah, it's all good. You see, that one kind of comes in off of the edge. And it's pretty round. So let's again just put in that nice shape there. And again, the beauty of this app, PureRef, is that whilst I'm in the middle of painting, it should let me zoom into any areas that I really need to take a quick look at. So for me there, I can't quite tell whether that is a flat surface or plants getting in the way. I would assume there's plants getting in the way. Do you have emotes lined up, or will you be having a creating emotes stream? So this was the funny thing, right? So initially, with the guys at Team Mango, I was going to do a emote stream anyway. However, the art hub being the art hub, we already had, like, yes, exactly, mangoes. We actually had loads lined up anyway, ready to go on here. So what I'll probably do is I will, oh my god, Apple started with the mangoes. So much fruit in this chat. What we'll probably do is we will put on the ones which we've created as a group onto my channel, and then potentially, whether that be this Saturday or maybe next Saturday, I'll have a chat with the guys from Team Mango. Obviously Dingus Fish, you can help me out with this. Maybe let's say we give, for every channel that decides to, you know, join us in like the little group, I can give one emote for free, and we'll spend a stream just playing around and just doing emotes. Yes, Applehead Arts, let's go. Sorry, no more mangoes. You're a traitor to your own flipping fruit, you are. But yeah, I'm feeling like that's the way to go. Sounds great, because I've already done that one for Kay. So Kay wanted, Kay's another streamer, and he's just reached affiliate as well. He wanted an emote on a Twitch chat of someone yeeting a mango, so I just did it for him. But I'm not sure whether we actually saw it on the Discord, because he hasn't said anything, so I might have to post it again. We'll see. We'll see. Guys, actually, this Saturday we've got the choice, right? Either I can spend all day tomorrow trying to fix the Sims so that we can play it with other Sims actually on it. Maybe we can even make a Team Mango house, God knows. We'll just add them to the mix as well. Or we can do the emote stream. It's up to you guys. It's a Saturday, I'm chill. Whatever you guys want. I will make sure he sees it. Good job, man. Cosmic Lacuna is just spamming emojis in the chat. You keep on doing that. You go, girl. Or whatever it is that you your gender says. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to the painting. It's funny because you guys are probably way ahead of me at this point already. So you can see that shape kind of buckles up, goes round just ever so slightly. But it's actually got quite a bit of a sharp edge there, isn't it? So let's get that done. And again, don't worry too much about proportions on this, because this study is more about getting that shape right and the sort of like the light and everything. So just do it proper rough. We won't be marking on accuracy to the previous pick. Don't worry. So for me, I'm roughly happy with that. You can see most of these, they're not fully formed, they're just kind of shapy kind of things. Nice and sketchy. And that's all good. Emote stream sounds nice. It does, it does. Like I said, I don't mind whether we do that this Saturday or maybe if we do it next Saturday, because again that gives the other guys the chance to get to affiliate themselves if they aren't already, and it also gives them the chance to, you know, have a word and say what they want. So we'll see. Obviously we hadn't played Sims for 2 weeks anyway, so we could possibly do that. Or the other option is we could open up a public scribble lobby, and I can see if I can figure out a way where we can get us all in a private lobby, and I just somehow figure out a way to blank the screen when my options come up. Let's just make that slightly steeper. And it kind of comes in like that, doesn't it? Cool. So, once that's done, my normal next step with this, again, it's very similar to the way that I do kind of like the character fan arts. Alright, so once I've got that basic shape in, I can then kind of select that entire area if I merge it together. Take your tool, select that entire area. Doesn't need to be perfect. Just keep going like that. Because all we're going to do is fill in behind it and make it slightly darker. Just like that. So, if I go behind it, quickly make a new layer, and let's do it. Let's do it roughly that colour. That kind of works, doesn't it? Again, the reason why I'm doing that grey, okay, is so that whatever subject I'm working on, so at this point the rocks, it has a nice neutral value, alright? And that means that when I put darker colours on them, it slowly becomes darker. When I put lighter colours on them, they slowly become lighter. I found a cool app which lets me sync my iPad with the laptop and use Photoshop to draw on it. Neat. Neat. I don't know if anybody else in the chat is interested in that. Mirabelle getting tech savvy here. That is our Mira. She is the resident gamer girl of the chat. Don't hit me. I know you're far away in another country, but don't hit me. I'm a nice guy. So yeah, again, what I kind of like to do, just at this point, I like to keep these layers separate, okay, so that I keep that outline in front, almost as if you were colouring a cartoon or something like that. Alright, so if you'd done your line art on, let's say, a drawing, you would always kind of go behind it. Mirabelle, you'll have to let me know how it is. Susie, do you use Photoshop as well, by chance? Or do you use, what's it called, Procreate? Well, you were occupying the chat with fruits. I didn't do nothing. This has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. But yeah, again, with this, you don't want to take it up too much. But the beauty of Photoshop and layers is I can now clip that on. So again, guys, I'm assuming on Procreate you can do something the same, right? That you can clip that layer onto this this grey one underneath. And again, I'm just going to take this even further down to about 22-ish in terms of opacity, and just start to build in some of those light areas, just constantly referring back and forth to this. Alright, so you can kind of see a lot of it is very light, but again, just by being really rough with it, you can kind of build in that texture. So you can be really light on the top and just slowly get darker down towards those edges. No, but I'm debating getting into drawing. Now, I was told Procreate by a mate, but I didn't get around to getting it. From what I've heard from all of the iPad users and the Mac users, like, I'm not sure if it's on Mac, honestly, but especially from the iPad users, everybody says it's like really good. So I always go for Photoshop. Obviously, the issue with it is that it's paid subscription. Susie, it's called AstroPad. It works pretty well. You can test it for a month and decide if it works for you. Well, there you go. And that's the thing with doing these kind of paint-alongs as well. It's always nice because we get to have like a little chat amongst ourselves. And as well, that's always the fun part of the Discord, because everybody can learn off each other. Because that's what it's all about. That suddenly came out really Norfolk. That's what it's all about, wasn't it? Photoshop is way better, but I use iPad Procreate. The thing is, the majority of it, you can do the same. It's just like the really finicky bits. I love that word, finicky. So yeah, kind of got a little bit of texture in here, nothing too much. So I'm just going to do the same again. I'm going to create another layer on the top here. Again, I'm going to clip it. I'm going to colour pick that neutral value just so that I know exactly what it is. Then I'm going to go slightly darker than it. Okay, and then start to build in some of these shadowy areas. So maybe even a little bit darker than that. Because I'm doing it on different layers, they're generally pretty good. So I can see there's little bits in there where the light isn't getting to. Build in some nice shadow there. Maybe a bit of form. Yeah, in fact, mirror. What you can do, if you've got the time, obviously, you can do it after the stream. It's not an issue. Put a link to it in the useful resources part of the Discord, and just tag Susie in it. That way, everybody's got it. Annie, there are a lot of cool tricks you can do in Procreate that you can't do in Photoshop. Neat. Go for it. Discuss. That's the thing. Each of these programs has its own sort of like use and usefulness. So, as far as I'm aware, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think Procreate is much better with line stabilization and stuff like that. I'm listening. Yeah, there is an option like add. That means absolutely nothing to me. I worked with Apple for a while and I never want to see one of the damn things again. Ever. He says, and then will inevitably upgrade to one because the camera's better. But yeah, just kind of try and, again, just build up some of these darker areas. Again, they don't need to be perfect. And actually, I find, especially with stuff like rocks, the more rough you are, the more natural those edges kind of start to look. Okay, so it's not a bad start. What I will do then is I like to then take these 4 layers. So you've got your rough sketch, you've got the grey in behind, and then you've got your highlights and your shadows. Just merge them all together. Okay, and that way, just got that one big old rock. The problem with software is the 80-20 rule, where you can only use 20% of the features given to you, and on the rare occasion jump into the other. Yeah, is this in terms of like paid, non-paid stuff? A lot of people actually change from Photoshop to Clip Studio. I did see some stuff about that. For me, I think I did try Clip Studio Paint at one point, but I don't know. A lot of these other programs, they just don't have that on paper feel to them. They feel very, I don't know. They don't feel natural. When I'm using Photoshop, especially with like sketching like this, it's very natural. Some of the others, they feel really computerized in a very strange way. It's almost as if they, again, I don't like working with stabilizers in terms of any of my drawing, any of my painting, because they just Nasos, thank you so much for the bits. I don't know why there's no pop-up. I'll have to look into that, but thank you, dude. Much appreciated. Love you, man. Party 100, party 100. Cheers. Woo. Opinions on Coral Painter. Not one I've looked into at all, actually. Not one I've looked into at all. Guys, you might know a bit more about this. The only time I ever move away from Photoshop is when I'm doing animations, and when that happens I kind of switch between Photoshop and Krita. Again, I can't use Krita to draw because I just find that it feels really computerized, the way that the pen works with the tablet, whereas on Photoshop it works really nicely. Maybe it's just because I know how to use it better and it's a comfort thing, but apparently people prefer the colour presentation in Coral and some specific brushes, but I've never tried it. I don't know. I don't know. Again, maybe one of these days, a couple of weeks or something like that, we can go through and we can, I can download these programs and we can do some like tests and stuff. See how it works, try and draw the same thing on different programs. Something like that, something useful. So, yeah, that's my base layer, and you can see, okay, if I get rid of that background, it's nice and flat, so I've got a nice big old canvas there to work with. Now again, I'm just going to start taking that really kind of light colour and pushing it even further. Alright, and again, with this opacity down low, can then start to force these colours even more. I often like to push the brush size down. In fact, I might go even lighter with this. And just again, keep building up those light areas. Where you see on the reference. And I also like quickly just to go around some of these edges with it as well, just to add that kind of sharp edge here and there. So again, some of these rocks actually are really, really bright, so. And again, you can see here, I'm not being too fussy today, specifically with like the rock shapes and whatever, because honestly, you know what, as long as they look like rocks, like, you're cool. Everybody's got their own style. I'm going to do it in my kind of backgroundy style rather than going directly from the reference. But again, the point of this is not necessarily to copy this one for one, but, to kind of get that feel and to understand what those values are doing on the canvas. And again, because I'm going over the top with this one, it means I can slowly begin to get rid of a lot of these kind of black lines, the line work kind of thing, as and where I want to, which is good as well. again, just be really free and natural with it. It's all good. You can see again down here. I'm just gonna take this down. Now notice how I'm not bothering doing any of the I've started with the rock first, and I'm not gonna bother doing any of this kind of, if it wants to zoom in, any of these plants or anything yet, because for me, again, this is the beautiful thing about digital, is the fact that you can do it one step at a time. So you can concentrate on getting the rocks looking like rocks, and then building up, you know, layer by layer, and adding stuff over the top of it, behind it, whatever you want to do. Again, it's the advantage of us being hashtag digital artists. Mango Squad, you're going to have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about there, but you'll get used to it. You can kind of see clearly that light is coming down there, because you can see, if you look really closely, that edge is slightly grayer than this edge. And it just indicates, you can see in fact you can even see that line of light coming down like that. So you can almost imagine it a bit like a triangle. So as long as you think about it sort of like that on the piece of work, you're not going to go too far wrong. It's Tay. Yo, this is a vibe, bro. Thank you, buddy. How you doing? We just chilling and painting. How are you doing? Let's push that light way up again. And I've been an idiot because I've turned the opacity up. I don't want to do that yet. So we're just going to chill out and put it down. Not too bad, mate, yourself. I'm good. First stream on affiliate. We're painting. We're having a little tutorial. Don't know whether you're interested in painting and drawing, that kind of stuff, buddy, but feel free to join in, get involved with the chat. Do whatever you like. Tessa's in the chat as well. How's it going, Tessa? How you doing? Nice to see you made it. Welcome. New peeps. Tessa's not a new peep. Everybody knows Tessa. Come on. Tessa's even in The Sims. Being grumpy and shit. So yeah. Not on digital. Do love a colouring book. Hey, why not? Why not? You do you, bro. You do you. As long as you get satisfaction from doing it, that's all we can ask. So again, we're just kind of trying to make sure that that light is coming like that. So if you are really struggling, right, just make sure you keep that kind of grid on, and that will help you figure out where all of these little highlights go. Can't draw to save my life. To be fair, right, none of us could when we started. None of us could. I did art from, you know, age 3 or 4 up until the point where I was like 17, left school, had a 7-year break, and I swear, when I started up again at age 25, my skills and, you know, my technique and well, in essence, my drawing skills were worse than they were when I was 3 years old. So don't worry, you enjoy your colouring books. Enjoy them. Have fun with it. That's what we're all about on this stream. Chilling out, having fun. Don't take it too seriously. Make a mess. Feel the vibes. Tessa, yeah, I'm good. Stressed with uni. How about you? I'm living the life. I'm living the life. You still here? Are you? You said you were back in Scotland, didn't you? Guys, obviously we've probably got a few Scottish people in the chat now. Tessa's actually from the Canary Islands, but she is from... Yeah, sorry, she's from the Canary Islands, but she goes to uni in Scotland. redoing my overlay with you in the background. Why not? Go for it. Go for it. I've redone my overlay like 5-6 times. Started from scratch every time. I'm kind of happy with it at this point. But we'll see. In 3 months I'll change my mind. Let's tell you, where are you from? I assume you're talking to me. It's much cleaner now. Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, right, go through different people's streams. Actually, the good thing about art streams is that you can get a wide range of sort of like ideas for your own overlays, even if you can't quite make them yourself, but you can get ideas because most of us make them ourselves, so it kind of gives it that edge. Yeah, mate. Right, so I'm from the UK originally. I'm from Norwich, but at the minute I'm living in Greece. Yeah, exactly. This semester I'm staying home too. Again, do what's safe. Do what's safe. We all know what the world is like at the minute, so. Tessa, do what you got to do. Concentrate on the study, but be safe at the same time. Mine was too clustered. Like, it's okay for when I'm doing like the Dragon Ball stuff, but when I'm on with the others and smashing, it needed to be clean. Yes, true. So, like, for gaming, I've got like a totally different setup. Like, we went through this on, was it Monday, guys? Yeah, it was Monday. Monday stream we went through, and we went specifically through streaming questions for artists. But obviously, because I do a couple of gaming streams myself, like, I have like 150 flipping setups on my Streamlabs for every single possible use. And it takes time. Narge, boy. I'm from big old London. Big old London town. Which team? Probably I'll go for graduation to Scotland. Don't know when they will do it. Online, maybe. Scotland is the best place in the world, says the totally non-biased Scotsman. Probably going to end up paying you to do one soon. Hey, why not? Why not? I don't mind. It's all good. I can do animated stuff. I ain't very good at it. That's the one thing I'd say. Like, animated overlays, well. Man United. Yes, you were definitely from London with that answer. 100%. Using the missus's money. God. What on earth? Everybody loves Scotland. Hashtag JJL. Does that work? Thank you, my man. Thank you for following the way. That's how we speak, right? It's fucking horrendous, that's what that was. Wait, you try and do a Norfolk accent well. Yes, newbies, get used to this. We do take the piss out of each other's accent quite a lot. We've got Greeks in here, we've got Bulgarians, we've got Americans. The Americans we take the piss out the most because it's funny. Spaniards, everything. So, get ready to be totally offended by trash accents. That's the way we do it. So here, I'm just going to line it up a bit, get some of those edges in. So I don't want to go too crazy on it. Maybe just highlight some of those little areas at the back. And again, just going to make some of these edges on this rock nice and bright as well. And you can see, guys, it's kind of like a process. And you're just kind of building up light from dark and then reversing it and then starting to try and do kind of dark on those dark edges and just keep repeating that process until you get roughly what you want. I really have to practice to draw it with grayscale and then put all the colours onto it. When you draw on grayscale, you do everything in the same layer. Not a chance. No way. No way. When I go for a piece of artwork, there's at least, I think, for my last commission piece, there was nearly 200 layers overall. So, don't worry. Easy. I've mastered Barnsley now. True, true. Not Sheffield, Barnsley. Barnsley? The way. Ollie say Jarl. 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 Hey, what's happening, y'all? Do you know the way? I do know the way, my brother. I do know the way. Mira, I went to Scotland one summer. It was 35 degrees in Germany. Expect there would have been 15 degrees and rain mid-cold Scotland. Did not. What are you trying to write there? That's a big jumble of words. Trying to say that again. That's a warm Scotland. True. True. That's why the people are so cold, right, Dingusfish? I was never in Scotland for summer, just for winter seasons. So I've seen way too much darkness, that's true. First time I went in September, packed all the winter clother, ended up being 23 degrees. Mind was blown. Were you on some kind of drugs? Because that doesn't sound like Scotland to me. Are you sure someone wasn't, like, trolling you? You got off the train or plane or whatever somewhere else. Must be a different Scotland to one I'm from. True. I know what to pack next time I go there. Don't fall for the trap. Mira, do not fall for the trap. Pack winter clothes. From the Highlands, I know what cold is. God's honest truth. Yeah, boy. So, yeah, there's not too much more of this brightness I need to do now, because again, you can see, the further away it gets from that light, almost the darker you need to do it. So I'm just, again, going to kind of go around some of these edges. Just to really make them pop. Anything 12 degrees or above is shorts and t-shirt weather. Christ almighty. See, this is why I'm dreading if I have to go back to the UK at any point, because I can't deal with it. Like, that cold is just like, nah. Nah. Spend Christmas indoors in a t-shirt. Well, yeah, probably, like, drinking mango coladas or something stupid. Mango daiquiris. Always go with my ski jacket to class. Too cold there. That's the thing, right? I've got too used to the warm weather. I can't handle England, never mind Scotland. A bungo for me. God. Don't get me wrong, it lasted 4 hours, then pissed it down for the remainder of the weekend. So that's the thing, actually. Yeah. The rain is probably the worst part. You can kind of get through the cold. But when you're cold and it's raining, forget it. Just flip and forget it. Flipping forget it. So, that's all good. I don't think that's too bad. And again, you can kind of see what I mean. If I zoom that all the way out, you can really distinguish between that mid-tone back sort of background layer and the piece in the middle. Okay, so even just having built up, you know, those dark greys, brought them lighter and added a little bit of shadow, you can suddenly see what you're going for. You can see them standing out, and that is why you always want to go for a mid-tone grey background. Scotland is beautiful even in the rain. Oh yes. Oh yes it is. Oh yes. To be fair, it is a beautiful country when it's not raining, and probably also when it's not windy, so we don't see up your lovely kilt. Lovely, lovely kilt. I'm used to 37 degrees plus. It's glorified sandbox. True. True. Wild animals. Sure, go for it. Tell us. How many of them were drunk Celtic fans, perchance? I want to experience European weather. Eh. I mean, the thing is, there's no such thing as European weather, really, is there? Because the whole of Europe is, like, totally different. You can go from one country to another and the weather will just completely change. I was excited. I was literally excited to have bad weather when I moved for the first time because there was so much sun in the Canary Islands. And after a few months of just grey and rain, I was like, nope. True. And I had this problem when I moved back to the UK when I was a kid. Like, you went from... I went from Crete, where it's very similar weather to you guys in the Canary Islands, like really hot, dry summers. I went back to the UK, and the grey, actually, you go from blue skies to grey skies and cloudy skies, and it just makes you depressed. It's it's tough. It's really tough. I used to have deer walk in my back garden. We never had Celtic fans around my way. Didn't let them in. Oh, God. Yeah, that's fair enough. My missus is half Scottish. My missus is half Scottish. Told her if we get married, I'll wear a kit. Oh, man. Oh, man. Never get me one of them. Not a chance in hell. But yeah, again, just having put those kind of light colours in, guys. Those of you who are still painting, you can see what a difference that's made already. I've not really done anything spectacular. Rangers! So again, I'm just going to do exactly the same thing. I'm going to take one of these darker values, push them even darker. And the layer underneath, we're going to do the same thing, and again, concentrate on getting those dark areas much darker. And at this point you can start to put in some of these little kind of lines. So you can see on the rocks there you've got some lines, which crack lines which go down, so give that a good go. Oh, Mon the Rangers. Don't know what accent that was. We're going through them all today. I'm going to leave now, but I'm going to return later. Cool, Tessa, no problem. Feel free to pop in whenever. You know we'll be on until, oh Christ, UK time, 10 o'clock. So, that's all good. I feel like I'm distracting. Just tell me to shut up. It's fine, dude. Don't worry about it. This is actually going better than I expected. But these streams always turn out like this. This is why quite often it will take me 5 or 6 streams just to kind of like get one painting done. So it's all good. It's today I'm off to defo drop by again soon. Good speaking to you all. Cheers, brother. Hope you have a good rest of your evening. Thanks for dropping by, and yeah, feel free to pop in whenever as well. Cheers, bro. Yeah, you can use these dark lines again just to help those shapes. And the smaller the brush, the more you can get those tiny little cracks. And again, you can kind of see I'm just being really rough. Again, kind of got this rounded shape which is going around here. Now, one really good trick with this is you can see the way that I've got the layers here, right? So it doesn't really make any difference on that first step where we're just putting in those base light colours. But when you get to this stage where you're working for a flat canvas, it's actually quite important that you put your light layers on top and your shadow layers underneath. Okay? So you always put the light on top and the shadows underneath. And the reason that is because, again, when light sort of beams down on something, light eliminates shadow. Okay, so that's why you always want to do it. So in essence, you are mimicking light by making the light the more dominant thing and bringing it to the front of whatever you're painting. Again, really neat trick which you can use specifically on digital art, so it's all good. Guys, tell me, how are your paintings going? I bet you're all way ahead of me because I'm getting distracted by Scotland. My pile of rocks doesn't look rocky yet. This is quite a challenge. It is, but again, Lacuna, don't worry about it. Like, at the end of the day, this is a challenge. That's the point of it. We're pushing the boundaries here a bit. And the reason that I put the background challenges in for everybody is because I know it is something which a lot of people struggle with. And you can only learn stuff which you struggle with. Alright, so... And you know what we're like. Maybe at the end of the stream, if people are still doing this, put them all together on the Discord in the work in progress section, and we can go through and have a look at them all right at the end. Because it'll be interesting to see how everybody's doing, quite honestly. No, I really struggle with this one. Why? Out of interest. Again, like I said, you don't need to be hugely precise. I'm just starting now on it. Jesus. Dingus, you better be painting along. I expect to see your work. I expect you to be top of the class. Oh yeah, mate, just smashing it out on Paint 3D. No, man, it's all about Paint Classic, come on. You paint fast, Apple. To be fair, she draws ridiculously quickly. I mean ridiculously quickly. I will never understand how the hell she does it. Annie, what about you? I wonder if I'm just psyching myself out because it's black and white. Look, again, don't worry too much about that, okay? As long as you kind of follow these basic steps, you should be okay. Especially with digital art, right? Because all you were doing is you were just imagine it less like painting and don't think about the light, okay? Think about where the light is coming from, yes, but don't think about making it perfect. Because the most natural looking light on a piece of painting actually doesn't look perfect because light doesn't fall perfectly. There's always cracks and shadows and stuff. So again, for me, I'm really rough, okay, but it kind of works just because it also gives that kind of feeling of texture. And again, it's why specifically in backgrounds, I try not to perfectly mimic what I'm painting, because you end up being so precise that it doesn't look like what you're trying to paint anyway. And I'm doing very slow. That's alright, don't panic. We're all good. Again, all we're doing is we're just going through and using different variations of grey, different variations of light and dark to build form. That's it. Nothing more. And it's good that you're taking it slow. Because again, understanding values is something it took me years to get my head around. Just happy little rocks. Well, yeah, exactly. And, you know what? As an art community, we are the worst, right? Because we put so much pressure on ourselves for everything to look perfect right away, without us having even learnt it yet. And we're constantly comparing ourselves to the other people in the community who are way ahead of us. And we have to stop it. Don't you Bob Ross me. You know Bob Ross has got a Twitch channel, right? again, just constantly going back to that reference and just roughly putting in where those shadows are. Again, not being too fussy about it, because there just isn't any point. You can see clearly that they've got some of these kind of curved breakages in them. I'm not sure whether they're carvings, etc., or they're actual cracks. I would assume it's actually carvings, because this almost looks a bit like a double looking at it now. It doesn't actually look like rocks. It looks almost like a pillar has fallen down amongst rocks, if you see what I mean. But screw it. Again, forget it. I've gone through and I've just done rocks, because that's what I saw. Forget about it. Keep going. Don't go, oh god, I've made a mistake. Mistakes are what make your art unique. If everybody copied the reference perfectly, everybody's artwork would be the same. How fucking boring would that be? How fucking boring. Coming out with these wise words tonight, boys and girls. Mostly girls, actually. My lovely ladies. So again, I can kind of see that I've put the light in the wrong place there. So because I've put it on a different layer, I'm just going to get my eraser. Again, one technique which for me makes your art really pop. So wherever you've got a dark line, put a much lighter line next to it. So for example, we've got these cracks. Do a rough little light line next to it. We've got these cracks, do the same. Because what that will do, again, is adding to the contrast of those values, and having that light value next to the dark one will really help both of them stand out. The wise words are usually my part, but I don't have any since I'm so frustrated with this piece. Okay, guys, tell me, why? Let me know. What is it that's not working? One, how far ahead are we? Or are we behind? So again, for me, I'm just going to quickly merge these down, because again, I'm roughly happy with it. It's not perfect, but roughly it looks okay. I started twice over. Okay, tell you what, right? Whether you want to DM it to me or you want to put it in the Discord, send whatever you've done. If you're feeling frustrated, send it over, put it in the Discord or DM it to me. We'll put it up on screen, and we'll discuss why you're frustrated with it, and maybe where we can go, like where we can try and fix it. Because I think we did it with, who was it? Was it you, Lacuna? We did it with last week. I don't see the shapes properly. Like, I see the rocks, but there's so many elements that are not visible. Apparently there are some flowers on the rock. Sent you a disco. Thank you, bro. I'm actually going to check this now. Just going to switch this to Photoshop mode for a second. If this is a picture of a mango. Oh, wow. Good effort. Good effort. That's actually pretty good. Considering you didn't draw it, that's pretty good. I like it. I was going to, but yeah, no, I made rocks. Yeah, sure you did. Sure you did. I took ages getting that. I'm going to leave it alone. Gonna leave it alone. Cool. So, we've got a base sort of down, for me anyway. So what I then like to do is just take my eraser brush. Again, make sure it's a hard brush, so that is, which is cool. I like to turn the opacity to about, say about 45. Let's go with 45. Then you can just start getting rid of some of these really rough edges. Again, start to build that form up by getting rid of some of that really rough angles, and you can start adding in some straight shapes. I tried mango rocks, but it's a lot of alcohol. Blah, blah. Whatever you say, dude. But yeah, mirror, again, don't worry too much about the shape, right? Whatever shape that you naturally happen to do, don't try and make this super realistic, okay? This is about the values and getting those lights and darks looking good in whatever way you can. Again, this is one of the really, and honestly, this is why I don't personally use pre-painted references, because you end up comparing yourself against the original artist as opposed to the reference, which is, you know, really kind of, that's not a good way to think. It's not that you mean to think like that, but you subconsciously do it. I see Pride Rock right here. I see Northern Rock right here. Jesus. Yeah, let's just get rid of some of these little dark areas. Just make them stand out. Again, you can add some straight lines to kind of add to that definition. For me, with rocks, I think it's always the best to kind of have a variety of curves and flat surfaces. So, for example, right here, I'm going to go for a flat as hell surface, and then I can just kind of curve it outwards there. It just kind of gives that extra definition. Because again, natural shapes are weird. Alright, so the weirder the shape that you make, the better it's going to look, frankly. And these are terrible lessons, right? Especially for, let's say, art tutors who want you to do things perfectly. For me, the lack of being perfect is your strength. Okay, I think the trouble I'm having is the lighter rocks. Okay, is it because you haven't quite got to the extreme lights yet, or what exactly is going on? I'm going to switch back to this, because I just want to play with the liquify tool just a tad. Because I'm a cheeky bastard. Kind of works a bit better. So when you mean the lighter rocks, you mean in terms of where the light is hitting the rocks, right? So again, if you, for example, I'm clearly here, I've not even finished yet. So if I colour pick, you can see that's actually quite a dark grey. But just if you keep going up in layers, but every time you go up sort of like to a lighter version, make that area of light much smaller. Use a finer brush, because again, it will help you bring out those angles way more. Yes, I'll send a screenshot. Cool. Cool. what I'll do is I'll transfer it over to Photoshop. Are you going to send it to me via DM, or are you going to put it in the Discord? As I said, you just want to put those really light colours just at the tips of where that light is hitting. DM now. Cool. Alright. Give me a second. If it loads. Okay, so you've kind of gone here with your you're using your soft brush, aren't you? I believe. So I'm quickly just going to copy this over. If it wants me to. Hold on. Does that work? Yes, it does. Okey-dokey. Discord, go away now. I'm using chalk pastel. I don't know. It's my favourite to use. That's okay. It's not a problem. So, you've actually done the shapes quite nicely. And you're not too far off. What I would suggest... I'm just going to move it slightly in a bit. My suggestion to you is potentially you've gone from mid-tone to light to dark too quickly. Okay, so if you kind of go to these kind of areas at the top here, they're already very light, and I would assume this is your first layer that you've put on. So I'm just going to quickly see if I can get it out. Get it out on stream, boys. Get it out. Just going to cut this onto a new layer. I don't know why this is doing this to me today. Come on. Just another fabulous art stream. Cool. There we go. I merged too soon and then tried to fix it. I should have pressed back. I went too far. That's alright. It's not a problem. So I don't know if you've got a contrast tool on your whatever you're using. I'm just going to switch back to full screen. If I ever have a problem with the contrast, so I've gone too light too quick or too dark too quick, you go to the contrast. If you turn that contrast down, you can see it starts to merge it back to grey reasonably slowly. Okay, so let's play around with it. You may need to do it a few times. Again, turn that contrast down so it starts to merge itself into a nice mid-tone grey. Alright? Then make sure you're always colour picking. Okay, so this is your base, which is nice. So for your highlights, don't go too far the other way. And make sure that opacity of the brush is way down low. I'll see if I can do it with a soft brush, just to kind of mimic your style. So you can see how subtly there I'm creating that light. And again, always have in the back of your mind that the light is hitting there. And feel free to draw that whilst you're doing it, because it really helps. It really properly helps. I'll turn it up a wee bit. And just build in slowly those areas. Not so that they're really light, Okay. Again, don't be afraid to use much smaller lines. And another really good tip is vary your brush size depending on what you're trying to do. So, for example, here, I can, especially on the top here, I can use a really thick brush. It's not an issue. Especially in these areas here, I can use a reasonably thick brush. Alright. Maybe also here. If I turn the brush pixel size down and then keep going, you can start to really distinguish where that light is coming from. Again, kind of like I said to you before, use the light versus dark to your advantage. So again, my tip is always kind of, especially when drawing form, use a light brush, a really small one, to do it first. And kind of just mark out those edges with the light brush. Kind of how you've been doing it. Even if it's really, really faint. Give it that outline. Again, you can kind of imagine, see this little line here. I'm just gonna kind of trying to again mimic it here. You can see there's wee bits of light coming on these rocks, but again, it's good that I'm using the smaller brush because it means that I can be more precise with it. And equally with this. Okay? And don't be afraid, even if you think that, let's say, light isn't quite getting somewhere, don't be afraid to use it to your advantage anyway. You can kind of see already that's almost turned into like a little kind of cherry sort of shape, just by adding some little bits of white. Well, not even white, like really light grey. Again here, just try and build it and keep going back and forth between the light and the dark. Again, underneath here you can see, if you zoom right in on that reference, in order to build that form, right, you've got the really dark areas there, and the reason they pop out from the image is that they are right next to these really light areas here. Okay, so taking that in terms of yours, let's say we put really light areas there. Again, just building up that form. Then what we can do underneath on a new layer is we'll color pick from your dark areas, take it down even darker. This is where the opacity comes into its own, because it means that even if it is quite a dark colour, you don't need to work it too much. Okay. If I go underneath, I can then just start to vaguely put in those shadows. Doesn't need to be all of them. If you wanted to, you can start to bring in some of those lines. But again, you would do the same thing. So I'm going to colour pick from the really light area. And just on top of them, just going to put in those highlights. And you can go over as many times as you want. Do you kind of see what I'm getting at? And that's the thing, again, with rocks. Don't worry too much about it in terms of making it look perfect and adding in all those details. There's really no need. What you do want to do is just give kind of wee bits of, almost trick the eye. I'm reworking and going back and forth with darker and lighter. Exactly. Okay, and always keep in mind, and like I said, keep those lines on the screen on a separate layer if you need them, because it really helps you understand. Of course, from here, sort of like, there's never going to be any light. Okay, so there's never going to be any light. There, underneath there, even down there, like, it's not going to get there. So there's no need to use a lighter color down there. Equally, where the light is hitting, so around here, around there, in some cases kind of around these edge areas, there's no need to use any lighter colors. But of course, if you really wanted to, you can add little bits and pieces in the cracks if you want, just to again add to that form. Guys, do let me know in the chat if anybody else has got any issues or want some help on their own piece. So again, I know this isn't going directly from the reference, but I'm just building shapes because that's all rocks are. They're just shapes. They don't need to be perfect. Thank you, I'm looking at it more as shapes now. Perfect. I mean, again, that's the point, and that's how I go about when I think of when I'm doing the, let's say, the human body. It's the way that I do it as well. It's all about building shape. Okay? Obviously with the human body the shape's a little bit more complex, but that's in essence the same thing. It doesn't need to be precise at all. Just kind of try and imagine where those shadows would be. Again, I've not been very precise there at all, but you know, from where we started, just by roughly putting in little bits of extra lines and making them contrast with each other, you've got a massive difference. And like I said to you before, right, this is why you really, really, really need, when painting and building form, doesn't matter what brush you're using, turn it right the way down in terms of opacity. Because if I was to, let's say, start drawing with 74% on a dark colour, that's way too dark, isn't it? I mean, you could use it, but it looks a bit naff. Equally, that's why I try and use, especially with, as you keep going upwards, you know, in terms of building that shape, that's why I push down the size of the brush. Because if I started, let's say, using a much bigger brush, suddenly it doesn't quite look right, does it? If I try and put some highlights there with a massive brush, it just looks like the damn thing is glowing. And this is why I'm not a huge fan of using soft brushes so early in the process. I'm much more an advocate of using harder brushes and then lighting the painting much later in the process with those soft brushes and only using them for light as opposed to building form. So again, you can see what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, can't say advocate properly. Mine will be a red version grayscale. I'm kidding. It's interesting working with black, grey, etc. Apple, I will kill you if you do the black and white study in red. Yeah, but again, guys, like, let me know if you are struggling. You want me to look through yours as well? Like, send it. But you can already, like, just flipping between the two of these, right? You can see a totally different style, and that's okay. They both kind of look like rocks. It's not an issue. So for my own personal style, I like to make it really rough looking. Some people do like it slightly softer. That's not an issue. Alison, you better be working on the study. You better be working on the study. It's missing something. I don't know what. Maybe some kind of background? I don't know. A happy little tree. A mango. Yes, of course. It's missing the mango. A black and white mango. Why have I duplicated that? Moron. A mango tree. Exactly. It's all about the mango trees, people. Let's go, Team Mango. Yes, 100%. Right at the end, when we get to the trees, I'll see if I can sneakily put some mangoes in. But yeah, before that happened, I was just going around and fixing up some of those edges. The only bit of colour. Exactly. Exactly. Just on the back of those trees, we'll just put a few mangoes. And everything will be fine. I feel like Alison literally popped in just to troll me. Like, that's it. This is not the way, sister. This is the way of the devil. This is not the way of the mango. Please do not disrespect the way of the mango. And then the thing is, right, when you then start to build up this shape, there is nothing wrong if you're feeling that the piece itself is starting to blend in too much with the background. Like, for example, here. For me, this is a really light... this is the lightest I've gone, right? And the difference between, say, that really light area and my background is not huge. Don't feel, you know... If you want, go into your brightness and contrast. Darken down that background. Just a touch. Touch? Tad. Again, you can see it really makes it start to pop. I'm going to leave you for a bit. I'll be back in 45 minutes. Good luck, everyone, with the rocks. We've got a long way to go yet. Cheers, Mira. See you in a bit. I hope to see you back soon. Nope. Don't know what I've done there. Been an idiot, that's what I've done. And if you want as well, another neat little trick, which I sometimes do a lot later, but you can do it this early, is just go around with your select tool. Just get in those little sharp pieces. Just here and there. Just delete little bits and pieces. Alright, so if you look at it before and after, it's just giving it that tiny little bit of really sharp edge. And you can just keep going around doing that on different areas of the painting. Do as much as you want, make it as crinkly as you want, or you can make it as smooth as you want. I mean, that one's actually still slightly curved at the top, but cool. So that's pretty much your basic rocks. You don't really need to do much more than that, because again, on a background study, I often find that if you start going too in depth with stuff, sometimes it loses some of that rusticness. Okay, so if you want, you can at this point start colour picking, and me being the idiot that I am, didn't turn the opacity down. Switch that back to hard brush. You can start colour picking and do what I do in the rest of my pieces and start blending if you really want to, just here and there. It's not absolutely necessary, he says as he starts doing it. Again, it's totally up to you. It's up to what you want from the style and the study. Again, for me, I don't like to do too much work on the rocks, purely because they are just so kind of rough anyway that there's not really any need to. It kind of looks a bit more natural if you don't. But you can start to, again, rough off any of those edges. See, for example, this one here I've not really done a great job on, so I will do a bit of blending in here. And the great thing about the colour picker tool as well, of course, is that you can just keep going back and forth. So if this area around here is way too light, just go ahead and just start mixing in some grey. Very similar to the way that you would paint traditionally. You can see already, just by putting those little hints of line there, and that little bit again of contrast between light and dark, that's really helped build the form of that rock. Again, for this one I can add some much lighter value, maybe add some little bits of dark there, just build that shape up again. Let's blend in some of these areas. Make the brush really small around these kind of cracks, just to kind of highlight them and then merge them slightly in with that grey. Super chilled out vibes. Again, it's the beautiful thing about working with layers. You can just keep going back and forth. Should I merge all the layers yet? I don't know, I can't see what you've done. The point is, right, you can keep going with the layers. You just kind of need to do it when it feels right. Of course, the beautiful thing, again, with the layers is, for example, I've done all of this work now. If I'd pushed that too bright, I could always turn that opacity down slowly, so it's not quite so crazy. I personally want it to be crazy, but you know what I mean. Just play. As long as you're playing, you're all good. But again, look directly between what I've drawn and what the reference is. It's not 100% perfect. But this does kind of have that kind of feeling as if it's rocks. So if you were to walk into, like, if you'd never seen that before, if I take that off screen, you can see it's rocks. And that's all you're going for. Again, of course, Lacuna, if you want to, feel free, you can send it through again if you want to. But my process, it's very much a case of I will merge stuff as I go through, as I feel comfortable with it. If I'm not happy with it later, again, I can just colour pick from stuff, create a new layer over the top of it, and because that opacity's down, I can very easily just go over the top of it again. And it doesn't matter how many times you do it. So me at this point, I'm actually just going to do it on the same layer just because I feel reasonably comfortable with it. I'm definitely going to use this as a background since we spent time making it awesome. Hey, why not? Why not? There'll be plenty more backgrounds like this in the studies. So, again, this is the first one which a lot of you guys have done. Like, not a lot of you guys know how to use values, let's say, appropriately. Not a lot of you guys paint, you know, to build form, which is totally fine because it's not your style. So the point is, with each of these studies, you're supposed to be making mistakes. That's part of the process. Again, we went through, I think it was 2 streams ago, we went down my entire Instagram and we went to the very first painting. And we went all the way up, showing how my style developed and, you know, things that changed and all this kind of stuff. It's the same with everybody. I made so many mistakes. So many mistakes. There are thousands of pieces of paper which have got drawings on them which they're never going to see the light of day. And again, it's one of the dangerous things about art communities online is that you only see the finished piece. The beautiful thing about doing it on Twitch is you get to see the process. You've already seen today I've made mistakes. I've gone back, I've played around with stuff. And that's alright. If I do it, it's fine for you to do it. I'm just a poor, you know, fucker who does it live to 12 people or 5, whatever it is now. But you know, like, at this point, if I was submitting this as a piece of artwork, a study of some rocks, I would not be too displeased with this. I would possibly go ahead and sort of cordon off that kind of carving area a bit, but not too much. Just going to keep on blending, just to get that in. Yay for live streams and learning time. Look, I'm here to make you guys feel better. I've told you this story many times before. I fell out of love with art because people were expecting perfection of me all the time, and I couldn't get my head around it because the way they explained it to me didn't feel free enough, it didn't feel creative enough, it wasn't letting me be me. So, the idea of this is for you to do it in your style, and me just to kind of give you ideas. We can chill out with some cool music and make mistakes together. Because you're never not going to make mistakes, so guys, chill the fuck out. Anyway, let's see. Annie's still here. Obviously, Lacuna's still here. Bangashfesh is still in the chat. Mina's still here. Susie's still here as well. Nice one. And so is Artfish. Cool. It is break time. Okay, so guys who aren't regulars, at this time during the stream, I ain't going anywhere. At this time during the stream, I normally disappear for a 15-minute break. Okay, because obviously with the tutorials, I'm talking a lot. So, sit tight. I will be back in 15. Okay? Go to the toilet, take a drink, get some food. Do what you need to do. Artists, get up and walk around. And go back to your pieces of work when we come back. Alrighty guys. See you in 15. Get a mango, guys. It is refreshing. It is refreshing. See you in a bit, Mango Squad. Okay, we are back. Who survived the break? Absolutely nobody, because everybody's gone to the toilet all at the same time, just like every single fucking week, and then people will come back and complain at me. Good job, guys who stayed. Yes, made it. Welcome back, Artfish. Cosmic Lacuna charging my Apple Pencil. Just artist problems, eh? Just artist problem. You need a mango. She does. She does need a mango. Cosmic Lacuna, take a mango. Yeet. Yeet the mangoes. Hashtag yeet the mangoes. I love... Right, the viewers is lying to me again. Like, this is happening on everybody's streams, I'm realising. It's that the viewer count is never the same as the amount of people who are actually in the chat. Like, never. It's ridiculous. So where you guys at? What did I miss? What did you miss indeed? Everybody is doing a great job, but struggling. So far I have done the rocks. I'm allergic. All tropical fruits, dude. All tropical fruits. So I'm up to this part, okay, and we've just, like you can see here, been building light and dark until we've reached some kind of baseline form. Okay, I'm not going to do too much more in terms of the rocks today, purely because, you know, we need to get onto the background and all that kind of stuff as well. So you guys are like picking one thing at a time. So in essence, Artfish, the way that we've done it is you want to always pick the focal point of the picture first. Okay, so you can see here on our reference, clearly the focal point of the picture is the rocks. Okay, it's in the midground. So by picking that focal point and concentrating on it first, it then makes it much more easier to distinguish the colours that you need in the background and the colours that you need in the foreground in order to make that point in the middle stand out. Okay, so like I said, I'm not going to do too much more on the rocks. Probably I'm not going to do any more on the rocks, but they're just there now as our guideline for how to do the rest of the background. Because once we've now, again, you can kind of see in the reference, if I bring it up even sort of like bigger, you've now got a point of contrast. Okay, because you've done it all, you now know that behind the rocks needs to be very dark with sort of like lines of slightly lighter bit, some bits of form and whatever, just to kind of give a little bit of extra detail. You can also start to look at the foreground and see, okay, it's darker than the focal point of the picture, being the rocks, but it's still lighter than the background. So you want to always go for your focal point first, and then the rest of the background slightly, well, I say slightly, you want to do the rest of the background after. All tropical fruit, eat them all for me. Don't tell him that, and also don't tell his missus that. Although she'll probably be happy that you're eating fruit. Let's put it that way. Kind of makes sense when you say it like that. It sounds good. Cool. Yeah, we went through a little bit of a tutorial. Sorry, at the beginning. You want to always make sure that you I don't know if you were here for this bit. You always want to make sure you're on a mid-tone grey background, so that when you're painting, you can start to see these kind of lights and darks really well, so you can distinguish what is what, and that will help you much better later, you know, later on. So the way that I do it is I start with the basic shape, I fill it in with a darker tone than the background but not pitch black, and I start adding in those highlights and those dark areas from there, and slowly you naturally just start blending them together to create different forms. Lol, I was nodding, realising you couldn't see me, of course. not all you like. Not all you like. It makes me feel good. I'm feeling the nodding vibes. I'm feeling the vibes. It's all good. So yeah, my personal trick after this is I've done this base area of the painting, right? So I just want to get a rough feel from here on in of the overall background and what the tone is and what the value is, so that it contrasts with the focal point. So like I said, I don't need to worry about these tiny details, like I don't need to worry about these lines and the plants or whatever. Plant. I just want to get a rough feel of what that darkest tone is and then build upwards from there. Do you always start with a darker shade on the object compared to your background, or you can start lighter too? So the reason, if I kind of show you the thought process. In terms of the background, always go for roughly a mid-tone, okay? The reason why I tend to colour pick and then go for a slightly darker colour than the background is so that if I start building it and making it darker, first of all I can see it, but of course this is just kind of a mid-tone colour. Okay, so if you imagine this is just a rock, then I turn the opacity on this right down. I then can see, if I take the line slightly further up, I can just start to feel about where that light may be coming from without going full colour. And then it's just about not letting them touch. So I'm going to colour pick from that grey again, that mid-tone. I'm going to take it down a bit, so the light's coming from here. Start darkening some of those shades down here. Just by doing that, you begin to create form. And just blending stuff together. Of course, this is a very simplified version, but you can kind of see what I mean. Alright, so then again, on top of it, I'm just going to keep on going. I'm going to push those lights a wee bit lighter. I'm going to turn down the opacity. I also like to bring the brush size down. Again, just slowly make stuff pop. And again, take that darker colour, colour pick it, go down slightly, and push the darkers away from the light. Then if I wanted to, I can just keep blending stuff together as it goes away from the light. And you just keep on moving upwards like that. Just constantly switching from light to dark. Just to build up a shape. It doesn't really matter what the shape is at this point, but you can kind of see it looks like a rock. Then after that, if I wanted to shape it, I can just go around with the eraser tool, very roughly rub out those areas. You're pretty much there. You've got a basic rock, haven't you? Lowering your opacity when using a lighter colour is a nice idea. Normally I'm just full colour, thanks. Not an issue. Like I said, all of the kit that you've got on your digital art set, whatever program you're using, you're always going to have your bases. You're going to have your layers, your opacity, your brush sizes, and you know your colour spectrum. In this case, blacks, greys, whites. So just use them to your advantage. What I find really hard about grayscale, they say use the full value spectrum. I always take that so literal, so things turn out dark. That is the worst piece of advice anybody could have given you. Like, the worst. Because you want contrast. That is ridiculous. The thing which you... And you get this, I kind of understand what they're trying to say. They've just phrased it terribly. I was always told, never ever push towards full black or full white. The only time you would ever push to full white, and even then it's not going to be totally full, because I would always recommend using your opacity to your advantage. So, for example, if I go to full white here, and I turn it all the way down, I'm not quite sure what's happened there, that's the eraser, that's why. Turn it right the way down. This is the only time, just to really push those highlights, push those edges, I would ever use full white. And of course it isn't full white because the opacity is down. It's just for really, really tiny little details. That's it. Full blacks, never. Don't ever use full black on anything at all. Funny looking mango. Well, you say that. You say that. But maybe it's not a funny looking mango at all. Maybe it is a perfectly normal looking mango. You smart ass prick. See? Mango. Thanks for explaining that. You're welcome. You're welcome. But yeah, seriously, I hate it when, let's say, tutors or whatever say stupid stuff like that. Because it makes things way more confusing for people. That is exactly what I didn't understand. And this is why, for years, I didn't even know what values were, because the way that they were explaining it made absolutely no sense. On the one hand, they would say, never use pitch black or, like, straight white. And at the same time, they would say stuff like, but you need to use the full spectrum. And I'm like, logically, that's two completely conflicting ideas. Which one do you want me to do? Like, for God's sake. And I find that art teachers are the goddamn worst when doing that. I mean, this is pretty much a different tutorial that I'm doing here, but there you go. Scotty, how you doing, mate? How's it all going? Don't worry about what's going on the screen right now. This is actually nothing to do with what we're doing. It's just our good friend Dingusfish is talking about mangoes, and this is what happened. How you doing, brother? All good? But yeah, Artfish, hopefully that puts it into some sort of context for you. And the thing is, like, another great thing about streams, right, is that we're real people, and, you know, I understand, like, how confusing this stuff is going. Like, how difficult it is to get into your brain. So, I can almost phrase it in a way which teachers can't, because teachers are constantly trying to be diplomatic with the way that they speak, rather than using their common sense. So, yeah, that is that. Hopefully that works for you. And that is the beautiful thing about rocks. I can just fuck around with it. I'm just going to put it in the background. Oh look, we've got another rock. Why not? And we spent literally like 30 seconds making that. Nah, I'll delete it. Let's see if it works out. It makes sense to me, because now I won't try to make it a 3 difference contrast level. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Don't think of it as black, grey, white. quite literally think of it as, guys, you're gonna love this. Think of it as 50 Shades of Grey, right? Nice and sexy. You get the sexiest finished on your painting if you use 50 Shades of Grey. Light grey, dark grey, mid grey, whatever. Yes, that's what I thought. But yeah. Anyway, Scotty, welcome to the stream. You probably haven't got a clue what's going on. In terms of what we're doing today, we're just going through and we are discussing with my art group, who do a study every week on backgrounds and all this kind of stuff, how light and dark works in essence. So, like I said in the other Discords, it's pretty boring stuff if you don't know what we're talking about, but feel free to chill out, vibe, put me on mute, whatever you want to do, but your support is appreciated, man. Thanks. So yeah, like I said, I'm not going to bother doing anything more on those rocks at this point, because we want to press on. So, I'm just going to do... You can see that background is proper dark, okay? So, I'm going to push that right the way down. Again, noticing nowhere even close to being full black. No, it's good, Mace. Used to be into art a while ago. Didn't do it at an advanced higher level at school. It's cool, man. It's good to know. Thing is, right, I find that a lot of people are the same way. A lot of, like, it's the same story with me. I was proper into it for years and years and years. School screwed it up for me. Like, didn't want to do it ever again. And just somehow got back into it. Did it until advanced higher, sorry. Oh, nice one. Cool. But, yeah. Being in, like, the art community now, you kind of hear this story over and over again. It's like the same people, roughly, always kind of like roughly our age, late 20s, mid-late 20s, all say it got screwed up, stopped enjoying it, came back to it much later. How's it going with the people who joined him in studying in the background? Hey, most of them are doing pretty good. Some of them have left. I always say I'm going to pick it up. Why not? Why not? Do it. Pick up a pencil. That's what happened to me. Like, it's totally out of the blue. Suddenly I'm here. Yeah, Artfish, they are here lurking in the background somewhere. But we haven't heard them for a while. You know what it's like. Katie, Space Foxy, how you doing? Help, how do your rocks look so good? God damn it. Katie, you do this every single time to me. Okay? You always pop into the stream exactly 1 minute after I've just finished explaining the whole process. So now I'm going to have to clip it out on YouTube for you again. Don't worry, it's going to be the same principle with the background. YouTube! YouTube! Yeah, did you go back and watch the questionnaire, the stream questionnaire? Questionnaire? Question answer. You lot know what I'm talking about. It's all good. So, yeah, we've kind of roughly got our little values there in comparison to the focal point. So at which point, again, you perform exactly the same thing. You start to build up where the light is in the picture, layer by layer, with different brushes, just to try and get it looking, I like to say messy, but I did, thank you, super helpful that you posted post these later. That's the point. No, at the end of the day, right, because Twitch only lets these things go on for 2 weeks, I know obviously not everybody has, you know, the chance to catch them. So it's not like a gaming stream or whatever where, you know, I can do highlights or whatever. This stuff is, you know, quite complex, and it's easier if you're there for the entire thing, because you get to, you know, see things from start to finish. So that's why I always put in the extra effort and try and get you guys to watch the YouTube stuff. Because I know you guys can't stay around for 4 hours. Like, it's cool, not an issue. You've got stuff to do. So yeah, again, we're going to take this opacity way down low. Let's go for about 20. The way you want to think about your ground is just keep in mind, of course, your ground isn't going anywhere. Okay, it has texture, but it's not going anywhere. So you always want to, with the ground, just start off with these basic lines which are horizontal, because all that does is it just allows your eye to distinguish between, let's say, the focal point, and it makes the eye understand what the ground is, because no matter what level you're actually looking at it from, that's more or less what it's going to look like, because it's below you. So if you look at, it's a perspective as much as anything. You look at, let's say, a rug in your front room right now. If you look down at it, of course it's going to have perspective. It's going to be going outwards away from you. Sorry, inwards away from you. So you want to use that same perspective kind of here. Kind of that kind of perspective line. See what I mean? Of course, it's always going to go that way. I'm back. What did I miss? Sorry, I had to do a post. Absolutely nothing, dude. Absolutely nothing. Literally, I've changed the background, and we were just talking about the floor. Because, you know, exciting stuff. So again, just kind of start off with these cool neutral colours. And again, layer by layer, just start adding in some darks where you need to. I selected something. Let's try this again. There we go. I'm actually enjoying this more than you thought I would. Why not? Why not? I am shocked, to be honest. Like, but the thing is, it is kind of cool, chill vibes. That's the thing. It's not like your regular gaming stream. It's not like you've got guns firing in the background or, you know, people screaming or whatever. Here we are totally chilled out, totally cool. We put on some chill ass music and we enjoy it. And it lets us speak. Really chilled. It's different but chill. It's so mesmerising just to see it all come together. That's it. That's it. And it's not something which a lot of people get to see. So I'm really glad that Twitch has got kind of like the creative section, because it offers all kinds of cool possibilities. Could go to sleep, listen to you. I don't know if that means I'm boring or I've just kind of got the ASMR vibe, or maybe it's the music. That Morgan Freeman effect. My god. My god. Yeah, our people. Again, thinking about that light. Right, I'm just going to put this onto another layer quickly. Yeah, keep in mind that light, right? So, the light, again, is still hitting around there. Alright, so if you imagine that's the floor and that's the angle that it's coming to, you can kind of see what I'm going for. Again, it doesn't need to be perfect, you just need to get that kind of rough idea of where it is. And again, if you want to draw that and keep it on the ground, then for God's sake do it. If it makes it easier for you, do what you want. Exactly. Well, I think we've discovered tonight that I am in fact the Norfolk Morgan Freeman. Bad Cats, how you doing, bro? How's it going? Team Mango! Team Mango. Everybody mangoes in chat. And you Art Hub. I want to see you. I want to see you guys mangoing. Mango boys. Mango. Bad Cats, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Love how Mango Tribe comes in. And the art people are just silent. This is what it's like quite a lot actually, because especially on a paint along or a paint and chill, people are doing whatever they're doing in the background and we're just cool. Poor art hubs are just going to be thinking of mangoes a lot. Don't worry, I've kept them in the loop on this the entire step of the way, like every step of the way, just purely so they weren't totally shocked. Good man, just having a wee coffee at work. Nice one. Nice one. You're working late. Do you work nights? Obviously, I had to post them mango knuckles before I posted it to you guys, just to be sure. You'll have to draw some... Guys, you missed straight after the break, right? I drew a mango rock, and you weren't here. So, that is your own problem. Jesus. What have I done with these mangoes? It's funny, like, I'm ridiculously hyper in everybody else's stream, but I'm super chill in my own. It's bizarre. The mango rock. The one and only mango rock. Look, for fuck's sake. Here we go. Like, here's your goddamn mango. Here it is. You people happy now? You people happy? Let's get some brown in there. Specks of light. Yes. There you go. Just to acknowledge you guys are here. The mangoes are here, guys. The mangoes are fucking here. Yeah. Yes, turn Pride Rock into Mango Rock. Oh my god. Dang us, no. Don't tempt me with this stuff. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll goddamn do it. You'll have to do me a mango emote when I become affiliate. Literally, right? I've been doing mango emotes all goddamn week. And, okay, so I think Susie and Dingus, you were both here when we said this earlier. Scotty and Bad Cats. Not sure whether it's going to be this Saturday or potentially next Saturday, but we will, if we figure out what people want for emotes, I said that potentially we can do a stream next Saturday where I can just draw quick emotes for you guys, like one each, in regards to mangoes. So quick fire emotes, you give me the ideas and we just do them on the stream on a Saturday. With glasses and call him Mr. Cool Mango. That is basically, if you've seen the other images which I've put in Bad Cat's Discord, that is basically what the mangoes look like at the minute. Like, we've got the little mango character with the sunglasses. See? Just like me. Mango! Art Hub guys, I'm so sorry. We will be back to art soon. This is what happens. Mr. Cool Mango. What have I done to you guys? I come to you guys on your streams and I've ruined your entire lives with mangoes. Jesus. Yeah, so let's again push some of these lighter areas. Again, trying just to not be too crazy with it. of course, feel free to colour pick. What is the mango story? Right, so Katie, in essence what happened on Bad Cat's stream, we were talking about all sorts. We started talking about Dragon Ball Z, he was playing Zelda, then we started talking about Star Wars for a bit, and then he started talking about just generic anime. He then got into manga, and then completely misspoke and started talking about mangoes. At which point, I was an idiot, and then just started spamming mangoes in his chat. And from there, this just turned into total chaos, just how it works, you know. You know how I am in the Discord, right? As soon as something stupid happens, I'm on it and it spreads like wildfire. In essence, I've gone around and I've infected everybody else's streams with mangoes and Uganda Knuckleses. Because, you know, this is the way. This is the way, brothers. Mango War 2021, exactly. I'm more of a pineapple kind of girl, but can't say no to a good mango. Naughty. Susie, that's naughty. I can appreciate that. Yep. So that is in essence the story of the mangoes. So, at this point, we've created Team Mango, and it's building. So, because we're all relatively small streamers, but we all get on pretty well, we're using Team Mango as kind of like our call sign, so that, you know, if you want to come, we're kind of promoting each other's channels on each other's channels. If you see what I mean? So, we're all good. So, down in the underneath the stream, you're gonna see my panels. You know, where I've put the Discord, YouTube channel, all that sort of stuff. Team Mango is down there. If you click on that link, you'll be able to find all of their channels as well. It's all good. There'll be more mistakes for you to capitalize. I'm very good at that, so don't you worry. Literally, when Applehead streams, I'm just on her mistakes for the entire time. And I kind of feel bad, but again, it's Applehead, so I kind of don't. I don't know if she's still in here. Is Apple still here? Let's have a look. Yes, Apple's still here. So, at some point, guys, we need to go and raid Applehead's stream, because she'll go totally insane, and she'll probably turn off the stream through embarrassment, because she's very shy, and it'll be hilarious. But again, you can kind of see, back to the art, just at this point, because I don't need it to be too neat, just kind of colour picking here and there, and merging them together, whilst at the same time not doing it too neatly, just so that it gives it roughly a little bit of texture. Still here. Yeah. Apple, by the way, how was Apple Bro's birthday? Did he get everything he wanted from, I don't know, the birthday bunny, or whoever delivers birthday presents? I don't know. You're Americans, you have some weird stuff. There's probably a thing like that. That whole stream felt like a fever dream. A fever dream. Fever? Do you mean a coma? Is that what that is? I don't know. If you want to use a bigger brush, go ahead and do it. Just to get rid of some of those wee lines. I always find that it's cool if you want a little bit of sort of ratio on the light, kind of do it in circles. What kind of brush are you using? Katie, at the minute, just like with the rest of my painted stuff, I'm using just a purely flat hard brush. So, just your basic hard brush. But I've turned the opacity all the way down. Again, just like with, let's say, the Boba Fett, the Revan, just all of my painted pieces, I always use the hard brush to try and... I blend with the hard brush to give it a lot of depth and texture, and then I use the soft brush later purely for soft lighting. That's it. I would never ever use a soft brush to start with, because it just ends up looking too soft. Non-art guys, that's probably sounded like total flipping gibberish to you. Don't worry about it. His birthday was pretty fun. We don't usually celebrate big, but we had this adorable little cake. Did it have an apple on it? Better have had an apple on it. Otherwise I'm going to be very upset with Apple Bro. Apparently, Apple Bro admires us for our artwork, which is cool, because he can't be more than... How old is he? He can't be more than like 10, I swear. So Apple Bro is Applehead's little brother. So again, I'm not going to bother doing too much on this, but I can merge all those layers together. See what a difference that's made. We've literally been going at it for like 10 minutes. And if you, again, are struggling and you think you've done it either too light or too dark, merging the top layers but not merging them down to the bottom one is really useful, because you can then play with your opacity a bit if you wanted to. I think that's fine, honestly, so I'm going to leave it as is. Actually turned 12. I don't know. We've only spoken to him in chat. I knew he'd be around that age. Oh, people are pinging me. Or is it in Scotty and Badcat's Discord? Are you putting pings? No? Oh no, it's flipping this Dingus Fish. I've seen you guys seem to ping everyone quite a lot. Ah, Dingus has sent me his overlay. Cool. Nice one, man. That is seriously cool. I like that. That's nice. Nice colour theme and everything. Good job. Good job. Guys, if you want to see it, you're going to have to come to a stream. My brother is 12 too. Hey, I was 12 once too. Yeah. Go 12-year-old boys. Frankly, I don't think I really grew up. Hey. Cool. So again, we can see in this background here, very similar with the light, the flipping mango. So again, you can kind of see there, that area is very light, just like this. And you can kind of again use that guideline if you want to know roughly where to take the light and the dark and contrast them. Alright, so I am going to get rid of that because I don't need it, because you can almost kind of figure it out based on the light which you've already done on the rock. So that's all good. So we don't want to go too far. Again, it's just about, because we're building from a very black background this time, we're just going to kind of get in some of those lines, getting some texture, nothing fancy. And again, you can kind of begin to see that because I'm doing the lines horizontally this time, some nice, again, contrast, that word contrast, with the floor, because obviously we're going horizontal there, vertical there, and that always gives everything a nice balance. So I've got some cool little lines and stuff building up. Super cool. And of course you can start colour picking if you want to. Again, we're super early at this point, so we don't need to do too much. Guys, how are your pieces going? Are we still struggling? Do we need to do some more paint overs? Again, if we want to, if we think it's too light, we can take that opacity down a bit. And you can see already, if you were to leave that as is, you could almost consider that if you zoomed it all the way out. You can see already roughly what everything is. Nice focal point. You can tell that's the floor. You can tell there's probably some sort of trees or something. And that's just from a few lines. Slowly but coming along. Yeah! Go Team Art Mango. God, I'm not making that thing. I've got enough work on as it is. So, yep, that's that. Let's colour pick again, and this time we'll go a little bit lighter once more. You've said it now. Copyrighted music we're playing over the top of it. You've got no proof. I'll have to trim that bit out. Sorry, dude. Team Art Mango. God. What have I done to you people? So once again, let's just put in some cool lines here and there. At this point, I'm not going to bother thinking about like the plants or the leaves or anything. I'm just concentrating at the minute on these tree trunks to kind of give some depth. And at this point, it's always good to just keep on zooming out, just to make sure your values are on point. And you can see when you zoom right in, right, it just looks like scrappy lines. And I say this to the guys in like who come and visit the chats quite a lot. If you zoom all the way in, it just looks like crappy lines, doesn't it? But what you want to do, you always want to zoom out and check to see if it looks right zoomed out, because that is more or less, without a trained eye, what your normal viewer would see. They're not going to see the crappy lines. They're going to see roughly what those values are suggesting in an image. Right? So if you keep on doing that, every so often just zooming out. Again, you can start to see, you get that sort of illusion that tree trunks are there. Again, if I want to, I can start colour picking and blending a bit, which again kind of builds that form up. Again, I'm not trying to go completely, you know, I'm not trying to do a 100% replica of this image, because there's no point. It's not my style, and you know what, there's no need. It's a background piece. Just do what you want, do what you feel comfortable with, and the more natural you feel doing it, the more you just kind of play around with stuff, the more kind of natural it looks on the page. So as long as you're given that rough essence of roundedness, nobody's going to care. Again, for the art guys, if somebody gives you a commission, right, and they say, right, I want you to paint some rocks in a forest, you're going to go and get your own references for that. Nobody's going to expect it to look like that, especially if you haven't like shown them. So don't try and make it look exact. Just be totally cool, totally natural with it. Keep blending, Keep bringing out those highlights where they're needed. And eventually, you're going to end up with something which is both unique and looks pretty natural. So again, just those lines with a low opacity brush have brought out so much dimension. Again, it's not 100% right with those trees, but frankly I don't care. If you want to, of course, you can keep going. You can add some even lighter highlights. At this stage, I would always do that on a new layer. And I would only do it at this point on the trees which match where the light is going. So again, that's all why it's always useful keeping that there if you want it, because it means I can now see that this is where the light is coming from, so therefore I don't want to go outside of these edges. And I can work in behind them. Put a mango there if I want to, because Team Mango. God. What have I done? And again, you're beginning to see, right? It fits perfectly. You're beginning to see that contrast begin to pop out, right? Again, by continually pushing those lighter values, in these areas, and just totally ignoring these ones at this point, because you've got some definition there already, you've got some texture there, but you know it's in the dark, so you can just leave it. And again, none of it is pitch black, not one bit, and that is exactly what you want to go for. Probably I'll give this, like, when we're done, we'll give it a mango hue or something like that. I don't know. Let's live a little, boys and girls. Mostly girls. Ah. So then, boys who are coming into the chat, just realise it's just me and the girls generally here. So we gotta be cool. We gotta play it nice. Nice and sweet. And they're gonna kick my ass for saying that later. Again, just constantly checking to make sure everything's good. So again, for me, I think we're alright with that. So that's what we started off with. And just by quite literally going up and down with a hard brush on a low opacity, you've got that. It's not very detailed, but you know what you're getting. Now again, if we remember what I said in the first half of the stream, you always want to make sure that those lighter areas are on the layer above the darker areas, above the shadows in essence, because that's what light does. Light is always on top of shadows. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, because you can see in this area it's much darker than what I've got here, so I'm going to create a layer in between my lighting layer and my base layer. I can once again color pick that base layer, turn that back on, turn it even darker, but still not quite at pitch black. And just by putting it in here and there, just starting to push those dark areas a bit more. Not hugely, but it does make a difference. If there are certain areas which you really do feel need to be darker over the light, then feel free just to lightly go over them. But other than that, you are all good. So again, you see, it's just adding that tiny little bit of definition. So that is looking good. So in essence, when we started the second half of the stream, we had that. Within an hour, we've now got that. Again, you zoom all the way out, you can roughly tell what is what. Goddamn magician. That's one way of putting it. But again, because we want that background to not combat too much with the focal point being the rocks, I don't want to take it too much lighter than that. Like, that's probably the maximum I'm going to want to make lighter. But that now means that we can start pushing some of these tiny details. Okay, so you can see here on the ground there is slightly more lighter tones, because I'm assuming it's water. And that's actually something I'm terrible at. Like, I'm useless at drawing water, but we'll give it a good go. But you can actually almost kind of see the way that they've done it there. Again, if I make that bigger. This artist, whether it's he or she, they've clearly done a very similar thing to me. You can see those hard brush strokes going horizontally. And what it looks like to me is they've taken the select tool, they've almost made lily pad shapes on top of it and slowly added light in that way. So let's give that a go. What am I doing? And then we'll have a go at just adding in some of those details as well. And I always recommend, especially if you're using Photoshop, have this open, because it also means that you don't necessarily need to zoom in and out all the time. But of course I've got my references over it, so that's why I use it. Right, I think I'm going to do a stream, so I wish you well for the rest of your stream, and I will chat to you soon. Thank you for turning up, Susie. It's been an absolute pleasure. Yeah, have a good stream, and hopefully I'll pop in after I'm done here, if you're still on. And hope you found something interesting. Adios. No, you don't need to do that. I'll do it anyway. It's cool. I'm going to be up for a few hours doing the YouTube shit anyway, so it's fine. Don't worry. Yeah. All good. Thanks, Susie. See you later. So at this point, yeah, like I said, I'm just gonna... This might not work, right, but let's see what they've done there. It's kind of made little bits of shapes like this, haven't they? And again, I'm gonna kind of try and push that light up. I'm gonna use a technique which is slightly different here, because obviously the way that this is going, it's light reflecting on water. Okay, so that's where the light is, but you want to still have that texture of the water. So I'm going to fill it. I'm going to fill it at 100% opacity. Then I'm just going to try and play with the opacity on this to try and mimic that effect. And again, I'm just going to keep doing that on several different layers. Let's see. If it gives it that effect. So you can see what it's trying to do. Again, hashtag Dodge Alert. Nothing wrong with playing around with this kind of stuff. Might just, it's where I will use a soft brush. Might just erase some of that crossover. So that's looking okay. And from here, might just try and blend some of these areas in, just so that they look like they're at one with the painting. Probably turn that opacity just up a bit. Ollie, how do you know when to use hard or soft edges on an artwork? Okay, so this is a tricky one, because I kind of do this naturally anyway. You're kind of speaking in regards to shadow at this point. So when I get to my shadowing phase, my logic behind it is, if this is going to be really difficult, if it's, let's say, hidden behind a hard edge like this, okay, because like I said, I do this much later in the process, but we'll have a look anyway. If I fill that, let's say that is a shadow, okay, I'm going to switch it to multiply just to make it work. My logic is that if it works, of course it doesn't want to, if it's behind something solid, it's going to have a hard edge, right? So that rock there is in front of that shadow because the shadow is on the rock behind it, okay? So that's a hard edge. What I would then do is I'll take that hardness all the way down and then kind of soft brush it there. Alright? Hey Mirror, how's it going? Welcome back. So I would use the shadow on that area as soft, but if it's behind anything, I would do it sort of, I would use a hard brush. Again, that's not the best example, but you can kind of see what I'm getting at. Oh, and you do this in a stage later on. Normally, yes. So this is, again, if you've not seen some of the previous streams where I've done grayscale, you probably wouldn't have done. Actually, no, you wouldn't have done, because the last time I did it was in December. So, because I had a enforced break. But what I tend to do, this is the reason why I use hard brushes, and I'm new. Yeah, I use hard brushes for the entirety of the piece up until the point where I'm doing shadows and lighting, and at that point, that's when I start to do it like this. Exactly, to complement it, yeah. And I would do the same with light. Okay, so I would take bright white sort of colour. I'd have it on pretty high. For example, that there is an edge, so because it's a hard edge of the object itself, probably turn this down just to see where it's going. Because this is a hard edge, right? That makes it really stand out from the background. And again, that's going back to what contrast is. Okay, you want to make the white stand out from the black behind it. In the same way with the shadow, you want to make the black stand out from the white in front of it. Okay, so I'd make that really crisp because it's a hard edge, and then with the eraser tool, then I would take a soft brush can just get rid of it that side, and it just makes it blend in with the object which is being lit much more. Okay, the other way of doing this, and this is the way that I often do it much like myself, I'm just going to get rid of these, is because I keep every individual stage on a separate layer, just like this. Okay, so my rock layer is like that. On Photoshop, I can create a clipping mask. I can almost do it the opposite way around because I've already put in those hard edges. Alright, so what I can do is at this later stage, I can take a soft brush. I've still already got those hard edges there. I've put that light on it. At which point I would play around with, let's say, either lighting effects or opacity or whatever I wanted to do, just to give it that little bit of punch. So this grayscale isn't the shadow phase to you. The way that I would describe it, okay, is this early part, especially what I was doing with the rocks earlier on, is much more about form building, okay? And then later with the soft brush is the lighting and shadows phase. You need to take into account where the light is coming from to build something, okay? But this isn't necessarily the lighting stage. Think of it again like this, okay? If I was to create let's say a figurine, or let's say a model of a statue or something like this out of clay, right? I would build it up, it would be nice and hard, there would be, you know, natural highlights and shadows on it, but in order to bring those out, when I paint them, I'm gonna, you know, use brushes and stuff to make that clearer, if that kind of makes some sort of sense. Okay, I thought the grayscale, the shadowing phase had included, but separating it sounds pretty soft. So you do include it, okay, and you can tell all the way through. I know roughly where the shadows are going to be and where they're not going to be, and it's about exaggerating them first, just in order to build the form of that object, in this case the rocks, because you know it's going to be dark around this area and light around this area, and that helps you build the form. When it comes to the full-on lighting, I tend to do that in a separate stage, just to clear my mind. Again, if that doesn't make any sense, let me know and I'll try and explain it better. Nice one, music. Awkward silence. Come on, music. Come back. There we go. No, I think it's alright. I'm processing it. Yeah, so again, for me, I like to, in essence, build the shape almost as if it was a 3D figure. Or a 3D model. Or, again, people have said that this stuff looks like it's made out of clay. Right? Just by going from dark to light. Dark to light, to build up the form and the shape, and then I would say think of it as soft lighting is something for later once you've built the form. Things fish in here just like mango. Mango. So again, probably another better way that I could explain this is that I use a hard brush to build form, okay, to give stuff texture, and then I would light it using a soft brush, but always making sure that the edges of what is being lit or the edges behind, or you know, the edges in front of the shadow are always, you know, hard edges, and soft edges are where they actually go into the object itself. Just so that you know I'm still here. That's all good, man. It's all good. I'm happy you're living the mango loca, or whatever it is that you're doing over there. Again, Art Hub people, tell me if you need me to explain that slightly differently. Kind of makes sense in my head, it might not in yours. Because I see a fair few of you in here. But yeah, lighting is one of those things where it's really difficult to explain. You can kind of see what I mean. The basic thing is, the process of using the hard brush is to build the form, and then I would say that the soft lighting is used later. The only reason I started using that soft brush here with sort of like the pond is purely because I'm just trying to make an effect. It's not really a logical part of my process normally. I normally wouldn't touch a soft brush until the lighting phase. But this is just me experimenting a bit to try and figure out what's going on with like the water or whatever. Makes sense, I'll be messing around with hard brushes more. Definitely. Definitely. Right. There's no wrong or right way to do it. My personal belief is that a hard brush first adds texture. Okay, so when you create a form with a hard brush, it already has texture, which can then just be enhanced by soft lighting. If you paint using a soft brush, you don't have any texture because everything is soft, which means when you light it, it becomes even more soft and it loses even more texture, and everything ends up sort of like you're trying to go for rocks here. Rocks are hard, use a hard brush. If you used a soft brush to start trying to, you know, build rocks, they're going to end up looking, in some ways, more like, let's say, cloth. You know, folds within cloth, rather than rocks. And then when you then start to light those soft brushed rocks, you're going to lose even more texture. And they're just going to always look almost round, rather than jaggedy and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, that is roughly that. They look more blobby, got it. In essence, yeah. Yeah. Because light itself is soft. Okay? There's not really any such thing as a hard light. Right? When a light hits something, okay, there's always going to be, if there's a full-on hard edge, of course there's going to be a hard edge behind it. But even that, if you look at any shadow in your room now, unless that object is super close to, let's say, the object next to it, let's say your TV is right close to the wall, that's going to give off a hard shadow because there's so little space between the object and where that shadow is going. So therefore it gives off a very hard shadow. So therefore the contrast is really close. If something's much more further away from the object that the shadow is being cast upon, that's always much blurrier and much softer. Again, you'll probably see, if you look around the room that you're sat in now, you'll probably see what I mean. A vase on a table, a vase on a table, is going to give off a much softer shadow on the wall behind it than the table that it's sitting on, if that table is right next to the wall. So it's all about getting that perception of depth. And the more depth there is behind an object, the more soft the shadow is, and therefore you're going to want to use a softer brush to portray that on the canvas. I've probably totally confused all of you, so feel free to just ignore all of that. But yeah, we've only got half hour left, so I'm going to quickly go in and start picking out some of these details. So, I'll go back to my hard brush. Turn this right down. We're going to pick out some of those very light areas. Again, these, you can see, this actually almost goes all the way up to the rock. So, I'm just going to do that myself. But, for me personally, I like to leave a little bit of contrast underneath. Just to really add, again, that depth. Then start colour picking and blending in that light with the dark so that it looks reasonably natural. And the thing is, right, this is all stuff that I had to kind of figure out by myself, so I feel like I should help out people and kind of try and explain it to people if they're struggling with it. So again, it's not looking particularly watery because I suck at painting water, but you can see what I'm trying to go for. Welcome back, Tessa. How are you? Thank you very much. We're getting there. In fact, I might just turn it down a wee bit. Not massively. Again, I'm going to kind of make a new layer. Again, very light colour. Going to start putting in some of those really light sort of leaf areas. Again, you kind of just need to, with the leaves, just by using that lower opacity and just working up from it, just make those shapes. Just don't be precise. The more precise you try to be with these shapes, the less natural it's going to look. Again, the guy who's done this, painting, he will, or she will have spent God knows how many hours. This probably took him like a week to do. Alright, but for a study, forget it. Right, just don't worry about it. As long as you understand what you're doing and you're beginning to feel, or you're beginning to build these kind of forms, and you understand that light comes to the front whereas shadows at the back, and you know how to build stuff, you know, just go wild. So they don't need to be hugely neat. Again, I can just change whenever I want to a more darker colour. And because I've done it on a new layer, if I feel it's too light, I can turn it down slightly. You can see in the background here there's a few other wee bits that are standing out, so I'm not going to be too fussy about it. You can kind of see in the background there's some more rocks, so the same way I'm not going to be hugely fussy on it. It's going to give that rough impression. I'm going to do this in exactly the same way as I did the front rocks, so I'm going to build from dark, but this time, because they're in behind, I'm just going to use a much less light value for those highlights. Again, if I want to, you can always feel free to go back, use the eraser tool, harden up some of those edges to make them look a bit more rocky. Take my brush right down, turn up that light a bit, start to force some of that light on there, but again in a way which isn't lighting necessarily, but is more form building. So we know the light is coming from this way, so logically these stones are going to be roughly the same as the ones here, just to a lesser extent, because this is in a shadowed area. Doesn't mean none of the light is getting to it, otherwise it would be pitch black. There's no point in it being there if it's pitch black. Again, zooming out, maybe I've done those a little bit too light, in which case get a big eraser. I turn the opacity on the eraser down and just quickly go over the top of them. And just by doing that, you can see I've brought those values down so that they aren't so sort of, they're not, how to explain this, they're not disrupting from, again, that focal point. There, they're really light, you can really see them. There, they're not quite so light. If I do it again, they're even darker. And they just start to seep into the background. So again, I'm not 100% happy on them, but you know what, it doesn't really matter. I'm a digital artist. All I care about is the fact that it gives that impression, and I can just edit it around a bit. So maybe just put some more little leaves in here. Nothing too fancy. And again, make sure that you're constantly zooming out to make sure nothing is clashing too much. Again, zoomed all the way out, you can clearly see the hard edges on the rocks. You can see where the light is coming from. You can actually, if I turn this back on, you can see that light exactly where it's landed. Of course, the light is going to land slightly differently on the water, but we won't go into that today because that's just going to be just mind-blowing. But and that is your basic kind of background. Again, in the foreground, I'm going to do something similar, but this time, of course, you can see what they've done there. Those things in the foreground are much darker. so the lily pads and stuff. You can just kind of do little circly kind of things. They're much darker, but again, don't go full black. But we don't really need to worry too much about building form on stuff like lily pads or whatever, which are on the ground. Or, you know, on the surface of the water. Because they're flat, so therefore they don't really have any bumps in them, which we need to kind of highlight. If, let's say, there was loads of light, you could potentially, let's say, skim the top of them. But it's not hugely necessary, so I'm not going to bother. So I'm just going to build those shapes slowly. I'm not going to be too fussy about it. If you want to, by all means, just kind of add some little dynamic cuts in them to make them look a little bit more like lily pads. But again, I don't really need to do too much more than that. Again, obviously this area you've got a few lily pads there as well. Because light is hitting there, you can take your base colour from your lily pad. I would make it slightly lighter, but you want to make sure that it's not quite as light as to kind of merge in too much that lighting on the water. So again, I'm just going to play around, make them slightly bigger as they get towards us. Couple around here. They need to be a bit darker because they're in the shade a little bit more. Once again, let's just give them some little bits of extra shape. Again, the beauty of digital art. Hashtag Judge Alert. It's that I can resize and put them wherever I want to make them fit. And this is always a neat trick as well. If you feel like something, if the perspective is wrong on something that you've just drawn, highlight it. And I don't know how it works on other ones, but normally you should have a way of playing with perspective purely by doing that. And that's how you do sort of like a lot of texturing and stuff on flooring and that kind of stuff. So I'm going to do it here. Cool. So that is looking good to me, honestly. Let's see what's on these things. Blurry references, guys. Blurry references. Assuming it's like the lilies themselves. Okay. I mean, you can kind of see in this as well, it's almost on a bit of a bank. I'm not going to bother. Half for time's sake, but also because I can't be bothered. So, you've done that. Now, the next bit, which is a bit of a cheat, but is also kind of useful, is in terms of this background, you can see there's one massive difference between the two of these, and that is again, because of your field of vision, just like we were talking about before with shadows, the further away something is, the more blurry it gets. That's just the way that the human eye works. So the little trick that this person has done here, and I'm just going to copy it, is you've already got in your highlights and your shadows, which is beautiful. You select that background. I'm actually going to copy it onto a new layer. And then you can just quickly, very subtly bring up the Gaussian blur on it. You see, the more that I do it, the more that background fades away. And it really, because this goes back to what we were talking about with soft brushes, right? These have now, in essence, become soft brushes. And because they're soft, that means where you've done hard brushes in the foreground, they really now start to stand out. So, for example, if I took it all the way up there, that's way too much, of course. But you see what I mean? That's like the extreme example. You've got pure flats. Okay, you can see pure texturing. And behind, you can't really see what's going on. So, it's up to you how much you want to do this. I'm not going to do it hugely. It's way too much. Maybe I'm just going to leave it like that. And again, if you zoom out, you then really begin to see those hard lines and that hard light in comparison to that dark background. Of course, the thing with this is, and the reason why you would do this as an exercise in terms of doing the values, is that values work in exactly the same way when you actually use colour as well. Okay, so you got to think of it as almost like a spectrum. Alright? Darks to light. If something that you were drawing and you were doing it straight, you know, with colour, you would use exactly the same principle, except you would use red. Okay, these variety of reds on this axis. It's exactly the same thing. So you would just build form, but instead of using it from pure white to pure black and all of the greys in between, you would do it from this kind of really light red colour down to this really dark red colour. So it's exactly the same principle. And that's again why it's kind of important to go through the whole black and white thing, so that when you're creating something else which is a different colour, you begin to understand the differences between light and dark and how to build form using that kind of colour. I can't believe we've actually stuck at between 6 and 10 people throughout this whole thing. How do you guys put up with me for this long? Of course, if you want to, you can always go back with this blurred out background and just add some wee bits of highlights in there if you want to. We came to... I always find it relaxing. Well, there you go. There you go. Maybe add some wee bits of highlight. Some of these leaves. Again, you don't necessarily need to do this. It was interesting and the time passed quickly. Hooray! Yeah, so again, I've done it on a new layer, played around, I don't like it, I'm getting rid of the layer. poop, that was supposed to be a rock emoji. What the hell is a rock emoji? Is that a thing? Something I've only done recently. It's cool. No, look, the paint-alongs are always quite fun. And I hope you've all kind of gained something from it. It's gone a lot better for me as well on stream than I thought it would. I thought this was going to be absolute chaos. I thought I was going to screw up everywhere. But yeah, just a plain old rock. Mango! Yeah. Yeah, briefly, just to kind of end the last 10 minutes. If I now kind of just going to get rid of this stuff. Makes me want to start messing with actually making backgrounds. Well, that's the thing, right? Don't use your references as copy pictures, okay? Don't do it. There's no point. You aren't going to get it 100% spot on. Use them as ways of understanding how, let's say, the form is, okay? Where the light would be on something. Especially with backgrounds, don't try to get it 100% right. Play around with stuff. It's the best thing you can do. But yeah, briefly, before we start heading off, we will quickly go ahead and put in some bright lighting. Now this is potentially the only time I would ever use a 100% light on anything that I do. So 100% white on full opacity. Okay, and that is purely because later I'm then going to start turning it down anyway. So I'm going to turn down the opacity on it anyway. So let's say, for example, we've still got our light coming where it needs to be. If it wants to. Come on. Yeah, so our light is still coming from here. Okay, so you can probably imagine that a lot of these areas are the places that are going to be lit. Same thing with these darker areas. Again, I don't want to go full black. But let's say, for example, the light is coming from there. This kind of area. Stuff around here. Some of these back bits. Some bits underneath. Okay. Those are more or less where your highlights and shadows are going to be. Alright. I'm going to just kind of... Am I going to merge them together? No, I'm not. Actually, what I'm going to do... Both of them need to be turned down a bit. And again, at this point, I'm going to just rub out in certain areas. It will let me. Using a hard brush first of all. To again, build out that form of where things is. So it's going to be kind of like an edge there where the rock is coming down. You've got an edge there where this rock is in front of everything else. Edge there where the tip of this rock is. Same there. And same there. And again, right there. So these are my hard edges. And the reason they're my hard edges are because they are on a flat edge. Okay. Then I'm going to switch to my soft brush eraser. And this is where I start to slowly, I can even turn it up a bit, start just almost merging them in with the object. Don't need to do everything. Just try and give the effect. Okay, so that's that. You can already see there, look, that's really popping now, isn't it? Those lights are really beginning to pop. And the reason that that's the way it is because you've got the hard edges, which are pure white, and the softness comes from it almost merging into the object. And that is what soft lighting is. It's where light merges into the object rather than reflecting directly off of it. Similar thing with the shadows, so I'll take a hard brush. That area is going to be hard because it's a hard edge. No light is getting to it. Same with these areas here. There's a rock behind it, so we don't need it. Same down the bottom here. That's the bottom of the rock, so that can be a hard edge. This one here. This one here is a little bit more tricky because, of course, this is a full kind of area. Probably a better example is like that there. But of course, all of these bottom areas are hard edges. Take my soft eraser tool now. In fact, I've missed one there. That's an obvious one. Right there, I want that rock to be in front, so therefore I want a nice hard white edge in front of it. At which point you then lightly start to go around the inside where there is no edges as such, and that's where you want to start erasing and making the shadow soft. So once that is done, again we'll bring it out, and it doesn't show a lot, but you see what I mean. It really makes everything pop. Yeah, hard edges is definitely what I learned today. I usually draw everything in round. Yeah, don't ever do that. No, again, it's cool. It's not a problem. It's a tricky thing to learn. Again, I didn't learn that, let's say, from someone. It's just kind of what I came up with by myself to get the best effect and my understanding of it. You could go to an art school and they'll probably tell you something totally different. Okay, so that's how it would work with objects. The opposite to that, of course, is if it's in the air, because the air is not a hard object. Okay, so in that case, what I would do is I would either use sort of like a hard brush, a soft brush, just to create where that light source is coming from, because it's got a nice soft edge. Turn that opacity way down. Okay, and that way because it's in the air, it's not a flat surface, therefore there you go. Yes, Dreamer won't say it's boring. Needs a little Rafiki on top of that. What on earth is going on in chat? What are you guys talking about? Artfish, what does that even say? I can't even read that. All you don't know this? I do not know the way. I do not know the way. But yeah, there you go, guys. That's not bad for a stream. You don't know this. I don't know this. Please explain to me this way, my queen. OMG. Ollie does not know the way. He does not know the way. Whilst you guys lose your shit in the chat, I'm just going to quickly do a little bit of soft lighting again around here. Turn it all the way down. Play around with that shape a bit. Do you know what? Pretty pleased. The monkey from the Lion King should be on top of the pig. Okay, fine. Yes, I see. I see. I see. I see. Fine. Hold on. Hold on. Give me a moment. Good lord. What are you people doing to me? Can we get a bigger one than that? Sure, there you go. There he is. Alright, fine. He can hold a mango in the... Oh my word. Guys, why are you doing this to me now? Alright, just because it's you guys, I'll almost try and do this well. Not too well, because I'm supposed to be finishing, but well enough. What have you people done to me? Ollie, I told you two worlds would collide. Yep, this is the way. I don't think I've ever made a more 50 tints of grey than I am now, thanks to your explanation. When Ollie brings you mangoes, you make mango-aid. What have I done? What have I done? I've destroyed Twitch single-handedly, I think. Yeah. Why is he such an awkward shape? Chat, go complain to Disney. Go on. Can't be dealing with this. Okay, screw the rest of the blue, I don't care. Mangoes anyway. God. There he is. There he is. Could you be any more welcome? Just because you guys have been nice and good little students today. Oh yeah. God, I love how the entire chat has been here for so long, and this is what you're losing about. I need this image. Give me this image. Yeah, so prints of this image will be available on my Teespring. There we go. Some nice dynamic on that monkey, but oh my god, his tail. I got his tail. Who we've been arting hard. Oh dear. There we go. There's our boy. And that, my friends, is the circle of life. The circle of mango. The circle of mango. Okay, guys, it is midnight here. That means party's over. Yes, so I will definitely just be dropping that image in everywhere. Everybody's Discord can have a copy. Screw it. Yeah. On that, check Discord. What now? Oh my god. Which Discord? Oh my god. There's so many Discords. You bastards. Jesus Christ. Cool. Nice. Yes, guys, thank you very much for turning up. That is that. You've been fantastic. You've been great little students. We've had fun. And yes, guys who turned up and subbed, Dingus, thank you for, the sub, and for gifting a sub as well. That's been absolutely fantastic. Dude, you're welcome in any time. And yeah, we'll chat in the Discord. Art people, I hope you had fun. If you want to put in your whip in the Discord, do so, and we can go through them together. It's been great. Yep, so we'll talk about Saturday whenever we'll figure something out. Alright, whether that be emojis or Sims or whatever. Our peeps, you are awesome. You are awesome, guys. Always remember that. Dingus, you're awesome too. I will see you guys on Saturday. Speak to you in the Discord. Bye.